Shalom, fam. It's your Moray, Jaydon Israel. Welcome to Real Talk Tuesday. Live stream is going up on a Tuesday. Hey, what it do? What's good, family? Let me know that you are here. Pull up in the chat. Pull up in the chat, family. Say peace. Say hi. Say shalom. Don't be scared. Don't be standoffish. Let me know that you are here, because tonight we have another spicy live stream. That's right, family. The title of today's live stream: Polygyny is a problem in our community. Off Limits podcast response. Tonight's video is a response to a live stream from the Off Limits podcast. The Off Limits podcast features Lorvins, Lutch, Amire Ryter, and Ach Yahu'el. Family, I have love and respect for these gentlemen. I enjoy the music created by Brother Lorvins and Brother Lutch. However, tonight I'm going to give my perspective on the live stream that they released last Friday. This is a response video to last Friday's episode from the Off Limits podcast. They spoke about polygyny, which is a very sensitive topic within our community. Off Limits podcast, live discussion: is polygyny the problem in our community? I'm responding to that video. I repeat, I apologize for the noise if you heard that, family. This is live. The mistakes are free. I'm not deleting them because I'm lazy. I'm too lazy to delete them. I'm responding to the Off Limits podcast live discussion: is polygyny the problem in our community? Shalom, shalom to Double T, the Hebrew. That's right. I agree. Double T, the Hebrew. I have love for Brother Lorvins. Brother Lorvins, he makes amazing music for the awakening. Also, Lutch is an amazing MC. He makes music for the awakening. Shout out to both of them gentlemen. They're both part of my awakening. I'm just keeping it real with y'all. I got to give credit where it's due. I got to give flowers. However, we are going to get into this spicy topic. And as Israelites, we don't all have to agree. But I encourage us to agree to disagree. Let's be respectful. And let me tell you something. Lorvins and Lutch are one of the few Israelites that I come across that are about peace, love, and respect. They don't come with that weird racist energy. They come with love and respect. And that's what I have for those brothers. As a matter of fact, I invited all four gentlemen to come on this live stream tonight. Hopefully they will come through. There's a chance that one of them may come through. We will see what happens. Polygyny is a problem in our community. That's according to me. This is my perspective. Now, Brother Lorvins, Lutch, Amire Ryter, and Ach Yahu'el, they disagree with me. They do not believe that polygyny is a problem within our community. But if you ask your brother, if you ask your Moray Jaydon, it's a problem. Now, before we get to tonight's discussion, let me go ahead and share the announcements. Family, you don't want to miss the announcements. They are worth money. They actually are. Let me go ahead and pull up my screen. And Double T, the Hebrew, feel free to put your opinion in the chat, or if you want to come on the panel later on, let me know. Maybe this is a topic we actually disagree on. This might be the one. This might be the one where we actually disagree. But Double T, man, we intellectual twins. Maybe we disagree on this one. And you know me, I ain't afraid of disagreement. We don't have to think exactly alike on every single topic. Question: is polygyny a salvational topic? I repeat, Is polygyny a salvational topic? Let me know. Now, as you address polygyny, let me go ahead, family, and tease the announcements. What you want to do is click, for example, let's click on this video right here. Or what you can do is go below this video. I repeat, go below this video right now. Go below this video and open up the description. There's some goodies for you and check it. They free. Your favorite 4-letter F word, F-R-E-E. Tap in. Let me show you these goodies. These goodies. These goodies. These goodies. Yes, these goodies. Let's go, family. Let me go ahead and open up. You know I'm a goofball. Let's get these goodies, family. All right. What you want to do is go below the video. Right here. Click on more. Free goodies. The Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and English. Video tutorial and free PDF download. 30 words in Paleo Hebrew, Biblical Hebrew, and English. Video and PDF. The 10 Commandments in Hebrew and English. Video, PDF. The Shema prayer in Hebrew and English. Video, PDF. And the priestly blessing in Hebrew and English. The benediction. You guessed it. Video and PDF. Check it. I created these video tutorials and these PDF downloads. I should charge for them. I repeat, I should charge for them. They are worth your money. But guess what? I'm giving it away for free. So go ahead and tap in to your language that was removed from us. Now, if you want to go deeper, want to start learning Hebrew, all courses right here. We have courses for children and adults. Children, you can learn alongside your parents. As a former Sunday school teacher and licensed minister in Christianity, it is my honor and privilege to teach biblical Hebrew. Enroll now. Need Hebrew Israelite apparel? If you need clothing for Chronica, if you didn't get that, laugh now, figure it out later. If you need clothes for Chronica, we got you. We got some Chronica clothes right here. Some what, Jaydon? What'd you say, Jaydon? Some Chronica clothes. Let me go ahead and show you this. Let me go ahead, family. Let me show you these clothes for Chronica. Let me go ahead and share my screen. I can talk about it, but I'd rather show about it. Let's get it. For some reason, I noticed that sales goes up during this time of year. It must be Chronica. Okay. I'll be here all day. Kavod, styled in legacy. Kavod is the Hebrew word for honor, splendor, glory. You're welcome. Shalom, unlock 20% off your orders. Your order. For example, you see these beautiful t-shirts that you see on screen? You see these beautiful couples t-shirts? Both t-shirts together can be 20% off. You can get 20% off both shirts together. You can't beat that. Family, this is a typo. I got to go ahead and correct this score. It's really 5.0, but due to the bumper clots, it reads by error 4.8. In other words, the customer is not always right. The customer is not always right. Okay, now that I got that clear, now that we're Gucci, got some clothing for the feast days and regular days, clothing for women, men, and children. Also, feast days and holidays. Check out these Hanukkah t-shirts and sweaters and apparel. Look at that, family. Go ahead and tap in to Hanukkah. All right, let's go back. Let's take a look-see. That's that white coming out of me. Let's take a look-see. I can't help it. Mulattoes, where my mulattoes at? Where my light skins at? We can't help it. Okay. Announcement right here. Use this link. Get your 20% off right here. Use that link to get your 20% off your order. Also, you can get this t-shirt right here. Yeah. You see this t-shirt, family? It's dripping with swag. And guess what? It can be yours for Chronica. All right, all right. As we close out the announcements, if you want behind the scenes footage, if you want to see me make mistakes, if you want to laugh at my goofy face, you want to laugh at my mistakes, it's going to be at your expense. Go ahead and check out the Patreon. Also in the Patreon is exclusive content, advanced biblical tools, advanced biblical teachings that are too hot, too spicy for the bumperclots. I got some advanced biblical teachings. Also, the Patreon will get better, better, and better. Go ahead and get the behind the scenes footage. Cash App, PayPal, buy me a coffee, and the YouTube super chat are ways you can donate. I have a JOB. If not, my wife would make me get one. Guess what? She's an Israelite and she's still black. She gonna make me get a job if I ain't got one. I'm not a begging preacher, but I will take your money. Okay, family. So that concludes the rest. Let me go ahead and share our schedule with you guys. That way you guys don't miss a beat. You guys are always tapped in. Let's go. Go to the top of the page, click on more. Here's our schedule, The Shabbat word. The Shabbat word is our Shabbat service. Guess what? I'm a preacher. That's what I do, family. I'm a preacher. I'm not a master debater. I'll be here all day. I'm not a person on the street corner yelling at Gentiles. I'm a preacher about peace, love, and unity. I'm all about one love. We have on our Shabbat service prayer, preaching, and praise music. Friday nights, 7 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. Be there or be square. Motivation Mondays. Get your Monday started at 10 o'clock a.m. Pacific time. I release motivational videos. Real Talk Tuesday. That's the name of tonight's show. Open panel live streams. I open up the panel Tuesdays at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. Also, here are links once again. IG, Facebook Meta, Jaydon and Jazz. Here's my wife and I's channel. We make content that is secular. It's for adults about black love, trendy topics, celebrity news. It's a secular show, but as Israelites, we still black. You know that's right. That's damn right. And if you'd like to get in contact with me, go ahead and reach out to your moray right here on my email. I will respond as long as you don't be weird. I can't guarantee it. Now, I have a good track record, family. I do respond to emails. I do look into my spam because I be getting spam, but sometimes by mistake, I get messages in the spam folder. But I do respond because I don't think that I am too important for you, family. We can speak online and offline. So go ahead and reach out to me, family, if you desire. Now, shalom, shalom to Byron Willer. That is the elder, Zakane. Zakane means elder in Hebrew. I wonder what you think about this, Zakane, because you like to disagree with me. And guess what? I love it. I love that we can have different perspectives, but at the same time, it doesn't change the way how we feel about each other. Whether we agree or disagree on minor topics, I still love you. However, I don't think tonight's topic is a minor one. No, it's a major one. What the topic is? Polygyny is a problem in our community. Off Limits Podcast response. This is my opinion. I believe polygyny is a problem in our community. It's a problem within the Hebrew Israelite community, which is a subdivision of the black community. Polygyny is a problem in the black community, and it's a problem in the Hebrew Israelites community. I had to get a sip of my brandy. I'm just playing, family. This ain't brandy. This is coffee. Black coffee, no sugar, no cream. Just like I like it, family. Classic hit from Heavy D. What y'all youngsters know about that? What you know about real hip hop? What you know about black coffee, no sugar, no cream? That's the type of girl I need down for my team. Shalom, shalom to Emmanuel. Emmanuel, shalom, shalom. Shalom, Aki. That's right, Byron Willer. That's right, Zakane Byron. But yes, let me know what you think, Emmanuel. Let me know what you think, Elder Byron. Let us know what you think, everybody in the chat listening online. Is polygyny a problem within our community? Guess what? We can agree. That's the cool part. You don't have to think like me. But I think it'd be good for you if you thought like me. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I don't mean that. I mean part of that. A little bit of it I actually do mean. I'm just playing with you, family. I like that we have different perspectives. I like that we think for ourselves and that we study for ourselves. Now, for my opinion, this is a problem. This is a response video. Tonight is a response to the Off Limits podcast. On the Off Limits podcast features good brothers within our community. And I mean it. I got love for these 4 brothers that I disagree with. We just happen to disagree. Lorvins, Lutch, Amire Ryter, and Ach Yahu'el. I disagree. That's it. I just simply disagree. Emmanuel, okay. So you believe it is a problem. Well, guess what? We agree. We agree, fam. But the cool part, we don't have to. I mean it. We don't have to. I'm a Hebrew Israelite brother that's about peace, unity, and love. I'm not a killer, but don't push me. I know I heard that somewhere. I'm not a killer, but don't push me. We don't have to agree, family. But I truly believe in my heart, polygyny is a problem today. Yes, Emmanuel. There are good brothers. Absolutely. And I invited them to tonight's live stream. One of them said that they might come through. So we'll see. We'll see if one of them comes through. We'll see if all 4 of them come through. But I believe as Israelites, we can have these discussions while at the same time be tapped in to the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit. They are good brothers. I'm highlighting that because I mean it. Tonight's live stream does not change the way how I feel about these 4 brothers. Not to be confused with the movie, 4 Brothers. You guessed it. I'll be here all day. They're good brothers. Lorvins and Lutch are a part of my awakening. That's right. When I first got into the awakening, I was looking around for music. I was like, okay, what's some good music I can hear? Lorvins and Lutch solved that problem for me. They make great music. I love the honesty, Elder Byron. I love it. I love that we can just keep it a buck around here. But I see a lot of Israelites playing house. I meant in polygynous marriages. Polygynous marriages. No, I meant playing house. But if you ask me, polygyny today, it can't be done. I'm not saying every polygynous marriage, everybody's playing house. I'm not saying that. So please don't misrepresent me, even though I get it all the time. I'm used to it either way. So if you do, hey, I get it all the time. I'm used to being misrepresented. But a lot of these relationships, they're playing house. They like that song, let's play house. Let's play house. That's their song. Again, that's what they live in. And if you ask me, we can't play house. We're not supposed to play house. It's against Torah to play house. We can't keep polygyny today. And I'm going to show my position. And at this time, let's go ahead and get into it. Yes, their music has blessed me too, for sure. And their music continues to be a blessing to me. I'm not going to stop listening to them because I disagree. Family, that's not going to change. It ain't going to change. I just don't agree. And I think as Israelites, we don't have to agree on every single little topic. I think that'd be weird if everybody thought like me. Question, would you think it'd be weird if everybody thought exactly like you? Like it said, and I hate cliches. As a preacher, I hate cliches. variety is the spice of life. Variety is the spice of life. So the fact that we have different opinions is variety. It is the spice of life. Okay, so let's see where we're going to go first. I have this mapped out because I'm long-winded. I am a yapper, bro. I know how to yap. Okay, let's go ahead and review the video, shall we? Let me go ahead and share my screen. Feel free to check out the rest of the video on your own. Oh, I'm highlighting this. Bam. Byron Wheeler, we agree on this. I have enough with my wife let me read that again. Let me put some respect on this message. I have enough with my wife of 20 years. This is all the woman I need. Attitude and all. Let's go. Sound the alarm. Woo! Let's go. Talk to me. Let's go. Where are we going? We're going right here. We're going to this video. That's where we're going. On screen. Right here, family. This is from the Off Limits podcast. Live discussion. Is polygyny the problem in our community? I'm not going to play the entire video, but I'm just going to play some of it. That way we can all get a grasp of this conversation. Let's go. By the way, family, it costs you absolutely nothing. So go below the video and hit that like button. Smash that like button. Smash that subscribe button. Smash that turn on notification button. That way you get all of my content. Let's go, family. Let's tap in. Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you for liking the video and subscribing. You did that, right? Right? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You know, all these years we've been walking together amicably. I mean, you know, we have different ideas of certain things, but for the most part, because of our character and our maturity, we are able to coexist. Even for most things we agree. I don't really know much that we disagree on, but for the most part, we've been able to walk peacefully, man. And it's been a great thing, just like with Jay Lutch, man. So
family, can you hear the video? Can you hear the video? Type 1. 1, 1, 1. 1, type 1, family. Type 1 if you can hear the video so I can proceed. Give me a 1. All I need is a 1. All I need is 1, 1. All I need is 1, 1. I promise you, there's no Henny in this cup, unfortunately. No Henny, unfortunately. Black coffee, no sugar, no cream. Give me a 1, family, so we can proceed. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go.
Welcome, man. Bid the people welcome and hi or whatever. And man, what are your thoughts? The question of the day is polygyny the problem in our community? And that's really the question. But man, go ahead and speak.
Okay, man. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Thanks for having me on. This is actually a very important discussion. And so I hope that people take this seriously, even if you don't necessarily, let me adjust this real quick. Proceed with however you want to go about the rest of this.
Right. And I will add, if you don't have the correct character in a monogamous relationship, it's going to fail as well. So we need to know about what it is that we're talking about. In the United States, I believe when the colonizers came here, one of the things was it was for religious freedom. Religious, meaning that no matter where you are, from culture, whatever part of the world, whatever you believe, you are able to come to America and you can practice your culture and your religion, right? So, which means that I don't know why this always happens. Let's see what's going on. Hello? Pursuit of religious freedom. See, the thing about marriage, how it's defined in the United States, they only allow you to get what? One marriage certificate. But in the Hebrew culture, we know what we have ketubas, right? You can actually practice your culture within the United States itself. Now, when it comes to inheritance and things of that nature and what you leave, that's up to the household. Torah gives you a way in how you do all of that. So we're not talking from that perspective. So you are able to practice your culture here in the United States. You see what I'm saying? So you will hear people say, well, it's illegal to wait a minute. Hold up. You can practice your religious belief in the United States.
Lorvins, I have so much respect for you. I do, Aki. I really do. But you're incorrect. If your religion goes against the laws of the United States of America, you can't practice it. Polygyny in the United States of America is illegal. It's illegal. You cannot practice polygyny properly and legally in the United States of America. If your culture violates American law, you can't do it. I love you, Lorvins. That's why I'm saying this, because this topic is bigger than us. It's bigger than me and you, Lorvins. It's bigger than me and you, Jay Lutch. It's bigger than me and you, Amire Ryter. This is about our people. This is about our women. As the men of Israel, we must defend the daughters of Zion. Let's continue.
Go ahead.
The term that you're looking for is bigamy.
There you go.
It's called bigamy. You can the act of having two marriage licenses is illegal. That's the illegal act, not you having more than one wife. So we need to do proper research of what we call illegal and legal in terms of this conversation. It's really important. I think those kind of pieces of information are very important, because you can look at parts of their constitution. They say that you can practice your religion. You can practice your religion or your culture. That's inside of their constitution. So I mean, you got you got episodes of shows out there showing that the Amish and polygyny in Utah and things of that nature. They just don't have more than one marriage license. So, but it seems like when it comes to our community, it gets shunned more due to people thinking that it's illegal and things of that nature. But we just have to do the proper research on what those things are. So yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Laura.
And so
we just have to do the proper research. Family, Jay Lutch is responding to me. I'm in the chat. Now, you cannot see the chat in this video. Well, you can see the chat, but you can't see my messages. Let me show you. Let me go ahead and show you, family. That way I can show you. Show chat replay. Let's see if I'm in the chat. Let's go right here. Top live chat replay. Wow, I'm in the chat. Okay, correction. I'm in the chat. I apologize, family. Salika. I thought my comments were taken down, so let's go. Let's find where I'm at. So here's my response. Let me go ahead and move my screen. Let's see. I want to make it big. You know what? I'm just going to leave it right here. Follow me, family. So we're in the chat. I'm right here. Right here. This is how I start. And Byron Willer, I'm going to get to that. You asked, what about Mormons? Don't they have multiple wives? We're going to get into that. We're actually going to look into the laws of the land. Guess what? We're going to do our research. As Jay Lutch said to me, he's responding to me. We're going to do our research. What about the Mormons? Don't they have multiple wives? Hold on to that, Byron Willer. I got your question. I'm going to answer that as I can. Now, I got so much love and respect for Jay Lutch. Tonight's response does not change the way how I feel about you. We just disagree on this major topic. That's it. Now, I'm in the chat, family. I'm glad I'm in the chat. I thought I was taken off, so I apologize. They did not remove it, but I recorded a screen copy just in case I did get deleted, because when I checked it, I thought my comments were removed, but I'm actually right here. So I start off by saying, Shabbat Shalom, Jay Lutch and Lorvins. Hallelujah. And by the way, this is the Shabbat. This was on Friday night. Guess what? If you ask me, the Shabbat begins Friday evening, Friday night. It begins at Friday night, at sundown, Friday night. Now, they're speaking about this topic of polygyny during the Shabbat, which I find interesting. I find that interesting. I have to preface that first. Family, I'm not saying we can't talk about polygyny on the Shabbat. I just think we have to be careful on how we do it, because we do not want to debate on the Shabbat. We don't want to go back and forth and argue with each other on the Shabbat. We want to keep it holy. Now it says right here, I'll respond. Here's my first response. Shabbat Shalom, Jay Lutch and Lorvins. Hallelujah. And I respond, polygyny is a problem in our community. I answer the question. What the question is polygyny the problem in our community? According to my research, it's a problem. Big problem. In the words of T.I., big things popping, little stuff stopping. Let's go. In polygyny, it's some little stuff. We got to stop. Even though it's actually a big problem, but you get what I'm trying to say. Okay, so what's my next comment? Right here, family. Polygyny is done away with. What'd you say, Jaydon? I said polygyny is done away with. I said that on purpose. Yes, I'm being blunt, but I have a reason on why I'm saying this. This is all part of my strategery, in the words of George W. Bush. This is my strategery. Polygyny is done away with. I'll also say right here, hopefully you guys can see that. Yeah, you guys can see that. I love you, Jay Lutch and Lorvins, but polygyny does not work. And at 01 Yahu'el, Yahu'el actually comes on the panel momentarily. He comes on. He's the fourth person. He's not on the live stream yet. He's not on screen. He's in the live stream. He's in the live chat. He's right here. This is his channel. And by the way, subscribe to all their channels, family. Subscribe to Lorvins, to Jay Lutch, to Amire Ryter, and to Ach Yahu'el. Ach Yahu'el. I repeat, Ach Yahu'el. He is right here. He says, at Jaydon Israel, do you have scripture to support that view? Of course, I'm going to respond. Absolutely, fam. Absolutely. And this is all out of love and respect for you, Ach Yahu'el. This, okay, and then right here, he says, please share. And I did more than what he asked for. I did not just simply provide a scripture. I provided a video link that provides scripture. So I did a video on polygyny before this live stream. I did a video on polygyny before this live stream. And here is my video. shameless plug. Check out this video. Check out this link that I put in the chat. This video reveals the scripture that I bring out, and it reveals the explanation. Here's my receipt. Shalom, shalom to Uncle J.E. That's the elder right there. I got so much love and respect for Uncle J.E. who came on the panel last week. Thank you for answering tonight's question. And you know what? It's awesome when we have different perspectives. And at the same time, we family. We family, Uncle J.E. But yeah, I see it differently, Zakane. But thank you for sharing your perspective on this spicy, controversial topic. So I answered his question by providing a video that provides scripture and exegesis, the explanation of the text. I just want to say exegesis. I just want to show off. Not exegesis, exegesis. Jesus is fake. He doesn't exist. Yahushahamashiach, yes, real. Yahushahamashiach, real. Jesus Christ, fake. I respond, as Israelites, let's agree to disagree out of love. You know how we do, family. We all do this out of love. And right here, J. Lutch, I respond to J. Lutch. Right on, Adon. Adon means master, means Lord in Hebrew. Right on, Adon. I appreciate we disagree, but we're respectful. I also respond, polygyny is like the adultery test in that they can't be properly done today. Family, we can't do the adultery test. We cannot do the adultery test. We can't do it. And if you try to do it today, shame on you. Don't put your wife through that. She should put you through that. You do the adultery test. Married man, married black man, you drink from that cup. We cannot enforce the adultery test. The adultery test today is done away with, just like polygyny. It's done away with, just like tithing. It's done away with. We can't do it. Is it in the Torah? Yes. Is polygyny banned by Torah? No. The Torah does not ban polygyny. However, we cannot properly execute polygyny today, not in the land of our captivity. If you try to do that, you will get rejected. You will get swatted at the rim by the government. The government gonna say, get that polygyny out of here. Get that weak stuff out of here. No, 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 no. No multiple wives over here. That's Mama Tumbo. No, no, no polygyny. You're gonna get swatted at the rim by Mount Matumbo, by the government of the United States. You cannot practice polygyny today. You will get swatted at the rim. Now, I'll respond. Polygyny is illegal in the USA. It's illegal. Also, I say polygyny can work too, but it's not practical today. Polygyny is not practical today. Now, let's continue. Let's get some more. Yeah, that was part of the problem. King Solomon was the wisest man, and he was the dumbest man. He gonna have 300, he gonna have 700 wives and 300 concubines. You're not a wise man. You're a dumbass. That's way too many women. All you need is one. All I need is one wife. In the Nas remix, all I need is one mic. All I need is one wife. That's all I need in the world. Forget cash. All I need is one wife. One wife, one life. Let's go. Solomon became a trick. he tricked after these women who caused him to trick after these gods. Solomon was a trick. He became wise and then became dumb. I'm just calling it for what it is. Our ancestors made mistakes. When I look at our ancestors, I see myself. When I see our ancestors, I see yourself. I see people with flaws. Look around at this community. We got plenty of where that came from. We got a lot of flaws. King Solomon, he wasn't no good. Did he do a lot of righteous stuff? Absolutely. Was he the wisest man of his time? Absolutely. However, he made some foolish mistakes like you and I. Thank you, Uncle J.E. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all day. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you don't take my humor personal. I'm glad, we laughing together because I'm having fun with it. This is actually fun. This is for me to get my feelings off my chest because I get triggered, family. I get triggered. As you guys know, I'm easily triggered and bothered. That's why I'm out here hanging out with you guys. You guys are my actual therapists. The fact that I get to go on YouTube and vent my frustration, thank you for allowing me to sit in the recline chair. Thank you for being my therapist. Let's go. Now back to the video. Let's play some more.
Are able to practice in the more and so, Amir, where do you think that comes from? The Europeans are able to practice in the Mormon, right? Anyone that believes, they even have shows about multiple women, right? And what do you think is the reason why when it comes to us melanated folks, that when we decide to practice these same things, really, which is our culture anyway, why do we get the brunt of the ridicule? Why do we get the ones that get insulted, even from our own people, man, to the point where everybody's okay, but when it comes to us, there's this disdain, hatred for our culture, even from our own people?
So, as with most things in this world, it goes back to ancient times. Like if we look back at Exodus, right? What was stirred up in the new Pharaoh? What was that? Fear. Fear. What was the fear? We was populating too fast. Right? These numbers were increasing. See, one thing we don't understand, or one thing we overlook, I won't say we don't understand it, but we overlook, is how often the Father is actually telling us to be fruitful and multiply. It starts in Genesis. It keeps going even into Babylon when we're in captivity. He is still telling us, Jeremiah 29, he tells us to increase and not decrease. Right? That reversal of it, increase and not decrease, is emphasis on the point of continue to have children. So going back to the to Egypt, we look at this, that they wanted to get rid of the men. They wanted to get rid of us. And that mind, like we can call America, we call it Egypt, we call it Babylon. We like to throw these names out, but how often are we going to apply the real traits, right? Even when it comes to marriage and having children. They've been trying to destroy us and wipe us off the earth for the longest time. So what happens, like I've had livestock, and if you have livestock and you want to increase, what do you want more of? You want more of the males or you want more of the females? That's common sense. You want more of the females. You get you a couple males, because like when I had sheep, I'm gonna give real examples. When I had my sheep, I had 3 sheep, and one of them was a baby. So I really don't even need to count that one. So I had one who was going to be the next one that we ate, and then one that was really the main one that was impregnating the other sheep. And every year we're getting 3, 4, 5 more sheep. It's just multiplying. The same thing when I had the goats. So when we operate like this, and when we talk about polygyny in the text, we always go to the Abrahams and the Jacobs and the Davis and the South. There are so many more that we actually overlook because it just breezes by. It just breezes by and saying that this person had this many children and by this woman. And then the second verse or the following verse would say he had children, this many children by this woman. Like, have we ever looked at Caleb? How many children he had and how many women we had? We want to talk about Caleb. This stuff was very prevalent, but it all goes back to who we are and what they've been trying to do with us since then was get rid of us. So fast forward now, like there was lessons that I did maybe 5 years ago on my channel that I think anyone who's interested in history might want to check that out. But when we look at what happens when we get to the States, then we still use that. They still use that same concept where they want to convince us that homosexuality is okay. They want to normalize it because they want us to not be able to reproduce. That is a form of cutting off a man's ability to have children, right? That's a way of keeping us from reproducing. So what else they do? They do homosexuality, the high incarceration rates, the abortion clinics in our community. What else do they do?
Prison.
What was that?
The prison system.
Yeah, the prison system. So there's all these different avenues that they have been trying to do to prevent us from being able to reproduce. And we still here. Because what happens is when you, what they don't understand, and if you look at the worldwide numbers, how the numbers for replacements, the replacement values of population are becoming dangerously low for the Europeans and the Caucasians. It's becoming dangerously low. But on the places where the people are being oppressed.
The Caucasians? What the hell is that? Family, what the hell is a Caucasian? What's a Caucasian? Cauca-Malaysian? What is that? What is he talking about? Amir, I love you. I love you, Ach. I love you. I'm only doing this. I'm only imitating you because I love you. Really. It's out of love. It's edutainment. I'm not dissing you, Ach. I love the way how you deliver your perspective because I'm the same way. I speak with my hands. As you guys see, I speak with my hands. And so does Amire Ryter. So I see myself in you. I see we have that resemblance. We like to speak with our hands. We like to express ourselves with our hands. That's just how we talk. That's how we keep it a buck. You feel me? So I see yourself in me. I don't know if you're from the Bay, because that's a Bay thing. We like to speak with our hands. We have the gift of gab, and you have the gift of gab. You know how to deliver your thoughts. You're a yapper, bro, and I'm a yapper, bro. You guys know that I'm a yapper, bro. That's God Logic's quote, by the way. Shout out to God Logic. He said that I'm a yapper, bro, and I love it because it's absolutely true. I'm a yapper, bro. And I love this even more. I love this even more. Can't handle one, let alone another one. Let's go. Sound the alarm. You can't handle one more. You can't handle one then more wife. You can't handle one. You can't handle one more wife. You can't handle another woman. No, you can't. You think you can, but you can't. And you never will. Not here in America. You can't handle another wife. One wife requires everything out of you. It requires everything from your ass, from you mentally, spiritually, emotionally, physically. One wife will drain you for all you got. It will take all your energy, and I love it. One wife, one life. Let's go. But I love the way how, Amir, I love how you bring out your thoughts with your hands. I'm just having fun with you because I see myself in you. Let's go.
Oppressed, those particular populations actually continue to have more children. They continue to have more children. And take a wild guess where these populations are. Africa.
Talk about Asian.
The minority
my bad.
communities in America, us, right? So this is an ongoing thing, and it will not stop. It will not stop. But if we take the time to understand, right? Understand what's happening to us and how the Father views reproduction. One more thing. The church is another thing. I'm going to put myself on the front street. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I'm telling you, we got to be honest about this. The church is another way to stifle our reproduction. Why do I say that? When you teach that there's no difference between Jew and Greek or Jew and Gentile, and you say that bloodline does not matter. When you teach these things, you know what happens to the men? Well, they don't see the need to continue to have children. It's not important. That's not even a secondary thing. That's way down the totem pole of importance. So what happens is a lot of men in the church, and ask around, a lot of men who are in the church will end up getting vasectomies. And a lot of those men look like who? Us. I was one of them. I was one of them. And it wasn't until I came into the walk and then started realizing the importance of these things that I got it reversed. And hallelujah, thank the Father, I've been able to have many more children since then. But this is a way of trying to cut us off. They hitting us from every angle, and it started back in Egypt. My bad, I went on a little long, but you asked that question, man. We got to really get into it.
No, it's all good. Let's go.
Awesome. And Amire Ryter, he got into it. I appreciate all three perspectives from the men on the panel, and I got love and respect for each individual on the panel. I really do, family. Don't let my passion get under your skin. I'm just having fun. It's edutainment. I'm weird. You guys know I need help. I'm really the same person before the awakening. The only difference is I know that I'm an Israelite. Okay. Let me go ahead and share the chat because I'm in the chat. I ain't got, I'm giving my perspective. You feel me? I'm sharing my undertakings just as they're sharing their undertakings. So let me go ahead and share what else I was saying. I said some other spiel. Let's see. Can I go big screen and make it bigger? Does that make a difference?
Yahu'el.
Not really. I'll leave it like that. That looks better.
All
right, family. So I continue on, and I'm in the chat. Let's see. We left off right here. Romans 13:1. Let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. Polygyny is illegal in the US of A. Romans 13:1. And guess what? I'm quoting Romans. And I never quote Paul. I go out of my way to not quote the Apostle Paul, but I did so tonight. And shout out to my wife. She told me to quote Romans 13:1. So guess what? I followed my wife. I followed my wife like Abraham followed Sarah. That's right. So I took my wife's advice and I applied it. I was like, you know what? The Apostle Paul, I'm going to quote one of his letters. Not law, but letters. I'm going to go ahead and quote Paul because Paul does share gems. You got to spit the bones out now. You got to chew the meat, spit the bones, because there's some bones in the writings of Paul. I'm just keeping it 100. I'm keeping it real. You feel me? Paul says some stuff that I totally disagree with. But check it. Some stuff that he says actually is powerful. And one of the things that he says that is powerful is Romans 13:1. Shout out to my wife. She gave me this verse. She was like, babe, put this verse on the screen. Let them hear the scripts. So I said, Romans 13:1, let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except for Elohim, and those that exist have been instituted by Elohim. Polygyny is illegal in the USA. Romans 13:1. And I go on and I gave my proper research, because remember, Lutch said to me, I'm inferring that he's saying to me, I don't know definitively, but by the timing of the chat, as it was playing in real time, I'm making that conclusion that he's referring to me, because I'm one of the few people in this chat right now. Matter of fact, I'm the first person that gave pushback to the brothers on screen. I was the first one who said polygyny is a problem in our community. And then followed after me were others who disagreed with those brothers. They agree with me. We have the same position that polygyny is a problem. And guess what? Most of them were women. I repeat, most of them were women. Most of the people that agree with me in this chat tonight were the daughters of Zion. The daughters of Zion. Bat Zion. The daughters of Zion. No, I'm not saying that, Uncle J. I'm not saying an adulterer. I'm not saying that. The Torah does not ban polygyny. What I'm saying is that we cannot properly execute and perform polygyny today, just like the adultery test. The adultery test is according to the Torah. Pastor Pochop says you must pay your tithes. But guess what? You can't pay your tithes. Why? Because we can't properly execute and perform that law today. We can't do it today. Pastor Pochop say pay your tithes. But guess what? We cannot properly execute and perform the law of tithing. Therefore, it's done away with. He say, yes, Pastor Hot Dog Net says the law is done away with, but at the same time, the law of tithing, which is in the law, is not done away with. Don't that sound like a dumbass? Use a dumbass. Use a liar. Your theology, your doctrine is done away with. Your time on the pulpit is done away with. Stop lying to the people. Stop hustling the people. Stop living in gated communities and driving Mercedes-Benz and weighing 300 pounds and you're 5'8" off the expense of the people. You lying snake. You bumbaclot. The law of tithing is done away with because we cannot properly execute tithing today. And if you're going to tithe, if you're going to try it, you better not tithe your money. You better not tithe your hard-earned money. You know what you're going to tithe? This is what you're going to tithe. This your tithe right here. Some oranges. Let's go. What else you going to tithe? I love fruit, family. I eat a lot of fruit. That's why I'm so dang skinny. That's why I'm so damn skinny. Tithe some apple pears. These are like Hebrew Israelites. This is the fruit version of me. I eat so much of these things, I am an apple pear. Look, this is little Jaydon Israels right here. Some Jaydon Israels. Look, just like me too. Look, got my skin color lightweight. Got my white kufi on. Let's go. If you're going to tithe you some damn apple pears. Ain't that a blip? Man, sometimes I wish I was not in the awakening. You know what else you're going to tithe? Tithe some of these apples. Let's go. Let's go. That's damn right. Tithing is done away with. And if you're going to tithe, walk up to the center of the aisle, stand right next to those deacons that look like linebackers for the San Francisco 49ers, and just drop this in the basket. Let's go. I wonder how fast you're going to get kicked out of the church for doing that. Let's go. There's more fruit where that came from. That was just the fruit that was near me. Tithing is done away with. the adultery test is done away with. Don't put your wife through the adultery test. Why? Because we're not dwelling in the tabernacle, you dumbass. We're not dwelling under the Shekinah glory, the Shekinah glory, the Shekinah glory, hallelujah, of Yah. We are not dwelling in the kavod of Yahuwah. We're not dwelling with the cloud by day and the fire by night. Therefore, we cannot properly execute the adultery test. And if you are trying that today, if you're enforcing that today in America, I should slap your dumb ass. I should slap you, but I'm not. I'm gonna slap you with love. I'm gonna slap you with a rebuke because I love you. Just like the adultery test, just like tithing, polygyny cannot be properly executed and performed today. Why? Because in this country, it's illegal. It's illegal. You're not married to multiple women. You're shacking up with multiple women. Talk to me. Our elders tell us all the time. Oh, you better not be shacking. You better not be shacking, living in sin. You better marry that woman. You better bend the knee. You better put a ring on it. And guess what? That's coming from our real elder black men. And guess what? Most of them are Christian. But check it. They are giving us facts. You can find truth in all different beliefs. You can find truth. I'm not saying they are the truth. I'm not saying Christianity is the truth. But guess what? You can find truth from those who are Christians. Why is it that Christians are giving us the real game, but we're getting the real lame from those in the awakening? Are you really in the awakening? Maybe you are, because you want to wake up to multiple women. That's what you want to wake up to. Are you in the awakening? Shacking up with multiple women? Playing house? Is that part of the awakening? Would you allow your daughter, black men, I'm speaking to you, would you allow your daughter to marry a man who has multiple wives? Would you allow your daughter to marry a man who has multiple wives? Let's go, Double T. Let's go. I ain't lying, though. 300 pounds, you're 5'8". And you smell like soul food that's been left in the refrigerator for over a week. And we know what that smells like. The same way you can smell it in the kitchen, the same way it smells going out. Let's talk to me. Don't talk to me. Like an old pot of greens, the same way that smell in the refrigerator is the same way it smell. The same way it smell going into the body is the same way it smell going out of the body. Don't talk to me. They smell like an old pot of collard greens. And they eat the collard greens seasoned with bacon. How do I know that? Because that's what I grew up on. Let's keep that a secret between you and me. I grew up eating soul food. I grew up eating collard greens and mustard greens seasoned by that Pope. It's a damn shame, family. Are we really in the awakening? Or are we in the fakening? Mothers, black women, would you allow your daughter to walk down that aisle and marry a man who has multiple wives? Black fathers, would you walk down that aisle? Would you walk your daughter down the aisle like this? Dun, 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 dun. You're going to walk down that aisle and give your daughter to that man who has multiple women? Excuse me, wives. Me? Hell no. Hell to the no. That's a hell no. Hell nah. I ain't gonna do that. Awakening or fakening. I ain't giving up my daughter. And guess what? I ain't going for that wedding. And better than that, I ain't paying for that damn wedding. Woo! Let's go. Where we going? We're going right here.
Introduce them real quick. Let's bring him up real quick. Introduce yourself, man, to the people. And after that, I want you to talk about the finances. Not so much the finances in that way, but people always use the excuse, well, you got to be able to take care of both, right? They use money as a crutch. Now, notice in the beginning what we said. Men of character. All right. So go ahead and introduce yourself, Yahu'el.
Shalom, everybody. I go by the name Yahu'el. I have known these brothers for many years now.
Can y'all hear him?
Yeah, we can hear him.
Yeah,
I can hear him.
I've known these brothers for many years now.
Y'all keep going.
All of them. We go back. I don't even want to throw it out there. We go back some years.
Yeah.
I have been
Like 4 flats on the Cadillac. I have to say shalom to Ema, Marcia, Hamilton. I gotta show respect. Guess what? When our mothers walk in the room, I stand up out of my chair. Shalom to Ema, which means mother, Marcia Hamilton. Ema Marcia, her name in Hebrew is Ema Maria. Ema Maria. Now, I'm curious, Ema, on your position. Do you agree with me? Polygyny is a problem in our community. If you ask me, Ema, polygyny is a problem. Family, polygyny, sorry for not defining polygyny. Polygyny is when a husband has multiple wives. It's when a husband has more than one wife. That's polygyny in a nutshell. Now, Ema Marcia, Ema Maria, I believe from the bottom of my heart, polygyny today is a major problem in our community. It's a major problem because it's illegal. We cannot properly carry out the laws and the rights of polygyny today. Therefore, I'm going to stand up and defend the daughters of Zion. I'm going to defend Black women. I'm going to defend our Black mothers and our Black daughters. I'm going to defend our people. Call me Capon. Call me. You can call me. I'm trying to play Superman or whatever you want to call. You give me all those insults. You want to say I'm a simp? I'm Capon. I'm Captain Save. I'm going to go ahead and say, if you want to call me Captain Save a hoe, because I'm from the Bay. It's a classic hit, by the way. That's the Bay of me. Hey, talk to me. Shout out to E40. If you want to call me Captain Save a hoe, in the words of Redman, I'll be that. I'll be that. I'll be that. I'll be that. Hey, I'll be that. My first name must be Simp, because every time I walk around, they be like, hey, Simp, I'll be that. I'll be that. I'll be that. I'll be that. All right, let's go. Defend polygyny. One wife, one life. All you need is one wife. I got to say shalom to Ach Yahu'el. I got a lot of respect for Ach Yahu'el. We just happen to disagree. It's all good. Don't let my undertakings get under your skin. I'm just having fun. I just disagree. That's it. But I'm passionate, though. This passion, I really mean the passion. But don't take the delivery personal. Let's go.
Of walking this polygyny life now for about 6 years. I've been married to my first wife for over 20 years, and my second, obviously, about 6. This is an interesting conversation and an interesting dynamic because people typically use money as the means of not reproducing, right? I don't have enough money to be able to manage or take care of all these kids, etc. And they use the same excuse for why we shouldn't walk in polygyny. But they take it a step further and they say, well, if you bought this one a house, then this one has to have a house. You bought this one a car, this one needs to have a new car, and everything is supposed to be uniform across the board. And if you subscribe to the notion that everything is to be uniform across the board, what then to that wife that has been rocking with you for 20 years? Like how do you celebrate her or honor the work that she has done for your house all these years if everything is supposed to be equal across the board?
Right.
Even the disciples asked Mashiach, can or not the disciples, but someone asked Mashiach about the position to the left and right of him in the kingdom, right? So there is obviously a way to do it, and there is no one formula fits all. When I look at it, polygyny makes the most economical sense for the mature man and mature woman that's operating according to the character of the kingdom. And I say that because if I were to only make $40,000.
Wait, hold on. Bring it back. Hold on, family. Did you hear that? Tell me, in the words of Booker T, five-time WCW champion. Can you dig it, sucker? In the words of Booker T. He didn't just say that. Tell me, he didn't just say that. Let's run that back. And shout out to Booker T.
A year that's operating according to the character of the kingdom. And I say that because economical sense. Look at it, polygyny makes the most economical sense for the mature man and mature woman that's operating according to the character of the kingdom. And I say that because if I were to only make $40,000 a year, and my first wife makes $40,000 a year, we make $80,000 a year. If I bring in a second and she only makes $20,000, we just hit 6 figures and we're working together. And so it is what I have learned talking to elders in this walk is that the greatest way to truly be able to receive is to give. And sometimes what that giving is control. I can say, for me in my house, I don't control every cent that comes in. I make the money. I make a large portion of the money that comes into our house, and they take that seed and they make it grow. They make it grow. Whether that's hey, we'll pay this, we'll pay that. We'll go buy this, we'll go buy that. In a very, very simple perspective. We have an event that is coming up in the near future. They could have went and bought outfits for the event. What they do, they went and bought fabric, and then they are making the outfits for this event. And so it's just proof positive that you can give them something and you can display trust and let them grow what you've given them. It's not all about, finger on neck or whatever control.
I think I hear something very important that. Oh, sorry, I gotta ask this. I think I hear something very important that you're saying as well. So it sounds like, okay, you make this money, you gave it to them. Why is that? Because they understand your vision?
Yes.
Because they understand it's not really just all about them, right? So they know that you have a vision in order to please you, to make sure that everything functions. They know that, okay, this is the amount of money we have. We're not going to live above our means. We're going to be good stewardship of what the husband has trusted them with.
Yes.
Right. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And, I have older and younger daughters. And so, and I have sons. Hallelujah. But they are the living, applicable example of how this works. And so if they fail in this area, due to allowing emotions to take control, that has generational implications, because my daughters are watching how they move and they're patterning themselves to move like the emote in our home, the mothers in our home.
Wait, hold on. I gotta just give some clarification. I preach at a third grade level. That is my mission. If I don't preach at a third grade level, family, I failed as a moray, as a teacher, as a preacher. If I did not deliver the message at a third grade level, I dropped the ball, that sermon. So I'm gonna go ahead and paraphrase this and make this plain like Wonder Bread. Yeah, I grew up eating Wonder Bread. I'm sure you did too. I don't know if you was bougie growing up, or if you had enough, or if you was poor. But I tell you what, I'm gonna make this plain like Wonder Bread on homemade beef cheeseburger patty with the government cheese slap right on top. Let's go. Now, Ach Yahu'el, he is currently in a polygynous marriage. And I say this with no disrespect at all. I'm not disrespecting anybody on the panel for being in polygynous marriages. Also, Lutch is in a polygynous marriage. I'm not dissing nobody on panel. I'm not dissing these men for having multiple wives. However, with that said, he says that he is modeling, according to my understanding, I'm paraphrasing, he is training up his daughters to be like his wives. So my translation, he's training up his daughters he's training up his daughters to enter into polygynous marriages. He is training up his daughter to marry a man that has multiple wives. Why? Because according to my understanding, his daughters is following the example of Ach Yahu'el's wives. Now, I got to give respect. I'm thankful that he shared that. I'm thankful that these four men are just keeping it a buck and they're looking at the pros to polygyny. Because guess what? There are pros in polygyny. I ain't gonna lie and say there is no advantages to polygyny. Polygyny does have certain advantages. However, it has certain cons as well. And one of those cons is it's illegal. You cannot protect the polygynous wives legally. You cannot execute and perform the rights of polygynous wives. Why? Because these marriages are under the table. They are considered not legit in America. America does not recognize that marriage. America is not going to give more than one marriage certificate. That leaves the polygynous wives and the children from polygynous relationships to be in danger emotionally, because you have to deal with favoritism, financially, verbally, emotionally, and even physically. Abuse happens all the time in these polygynous marriages because there is no governing body that protects the wives in polygynous marriages. You can, Uncle J.E., but what's going to enforce it? That's my point. What enforces polygyny? Because check it, the Torah ain't what you think it is, according to Pastor Pochop. It's not a bunch of laws that are done away with. The Torah is our constitution. The government of the ancient Israelites was ran by the Torah. The Torah is our constitution. And with the constitution, as citizens of Torah culture, we are protected by the constitution of Torah. The women and children under polygynous marriages today are not protected in polygynous marriages. Question: do we have an Israelite police force? I'm asking. Do we have an Israelite judicial system? Do we have Israelite bailiffs, lawyers, judges? How can you protect the marital rights of polygynous wives? You can't. You mean to tell me your camp is going to protect and enforce the rights of these women in polygynous marriages? Is that what you're saying? I don't see that done. What gives them the auspices, the authority, the rule to enforce their religious beliefs in America when it's illegal? It's not legit. Law in America is set up for our own protection. And when you enter a relationship that is not valid in the United States, you are not protected. You are vulnerable. That man who's supposed to be your protection, who's supposed to be your covering, has left you naked. Polygyny is illegal in the United States, and I'm going to show some sources. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and encourage you, family, to watch the rest of this panel. But let me go ahead and read the rest of my spiel in the chat. So let's go to the live chat. I'm almost done in the chat. Let's see. Okay, well, we're good right there. I said polygyny can work too, but it's not practical today. Facts, big facts. Emot gadola. Emot gadolot. Emot gadolot. Big facts. Big truths. Okay, let's go. Where am I at? I'm like way down here, family. Right here. Let's see if you guys can see that. I said that already. Did I say that again? I probably said the same thing twice. I just want to make sure they got the point. Yeah, Romans 13:1. Let me go ahead and skip a little forward. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Polygyny is illegal. Okay, I said that already. Where am I at? I thought I just saw me a second ago. Where'd I go? Where I go is, oh, right here. Here we go, family. Thank you for being patient with me. If your daughter married a polygynous husband, would you go to that wedding? You guys see that question? If you don't see the question, I'm going to go ahead and repeat it. This is a repeater. This is a repeater. This is a what, Jaydon? What you say? This is a repeater. If your daughter married a polygynous husband, would you go to that wedding? Big screen. I'm LeBron James. Teammates, get the hell out of my way. Let me score. LeBron in his prime, not LeBron now. Even though LeBron can still ball now. I don't watch basketball, but hey, he's like killing it. And it's like, what is it, like his 50th season in the NBA? If your daughter married a polygynous husband, would you go to that wedding? Be honest with me. You ain't got to lie to kick it. Would you go to that wedding? Hand on the Bible. Now, I'm not going to make you do that. I'm not going to make you swear under oath. Uncle J.E., you kind of danced around it, Ach. I see you got a lot of rhythm. I got rhythm too. But you know what? You might be a better dancer than me because you danced around this question, Zach King. You know I love you. And I'm not challenging you. I'm just acknowledging your dancing skills. I mean, that was Chris Brown-like. That was impressive. That was impressive, Zach King. I love how you danced around that question. You didn't quite answer the question. And you know you didn't either. What the question is, if your daughter married a polygynous husband, would you go to that wedding? Would you go? We having an honest conversation here. As I give Zakane some time to answer that question, or he might dance around that. I love you, Zakane. I love you. I mean it. I really do. I really appreciate it. Let's go, family. Let's go back to my comments, to my undertakings. So I'm right here. What else did I say? Oh, I think I'm done. I think I get kicked out of the chat by now. That's the last thing I said. And then guess what? My wife jumps on. My wife continues with the critique. That's it. We're just critics. We're polygyny critics. My wife said, who said the men in the Bible had less? And what is the incentive for a wife to share her husband and split half the bills? What's the incentive? Why would she want to do that if she has the option not to? Woo! That's a cut. Oh, dang, Isha. You gotta cut him like that now. Woo! Oh, that's a cut. Yeah, for sure, Uncle J. It's all, you know what it is, Uncle J.E.? It's like we're on the court. You LeBron James, you're the OG that's been in the court. You're the OG that's been in the NBA for 50 years. And I'm the young buck. I'm the new draft pick getting on the court. Coming in the spirit of Gary Payton. I'm from the Bay. We come in that spirit of trash talk. But it's fun. It's all fun game. It's nothing personal. We come with that spirit of gip and gab. That is facts. I'm gonna highlight that. Women play the side chick every day. They don't have to. That's their choice. Nobody's making them do it, at least for the most part. That's illegal if that is the case. But nobody's making these women do that. They did it. I'm not defending every single black woman because guess what? Not all black women are queens. Talk to me. I know I got a witness. We got some black women that are not queens. So I'm not caping for every single black woman. I'm just saying, generally speaking, I'm defending the daughters of Zion because it's not fair. It's not equal. It's not balanced. Polygyny in America, it's just not balanced to have multiple wives. And throughout the Bible, when we really examine polygyny throughout the Bible, it does not work. It doesn't work. Now, let me go ahead and get back to, I think I'm done. Oh, no, except my wife, she piles on. Let's see. I They actually addressed one of her questions. She said, why did God give Adam multiple wives then, if that's what God wanted? Oh, 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 that's a gut puncher. Oh, that's a punch in the gut. That's like one of those punches that you take in the gut, you cool for about 3 seconds, and on that 4th second, you drop to the floor. You want to lay down for about 5 hours. That's a gut punch KO. That's a gut puncher. That was a gut punch. Let me read that again. That's a repeater. Why didn't God give Adam multiple wives then, if that's what God wanted? I'm going to end on that video. Feel free to watch the rest of this video, family, and make sure you subscribe and check it. I'm going to do this live on panel because I'm a stand-up guy, allegedly. Right here, I'm going to like the video. Watch this. Bam. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate this video. This was a great discussion. Make sure you subscribe to Son of Shemites. Look, I'm already subscribed. I'm already subscribed, family. I'm subscribed already. Let me just make sure I am. Yeah, subscribe. As you guys can see, I'm subscribed. Bam. Shout out to Son of Shemites, Lorvins. Family, I invited Lorvins to come on this panel tonight. I invited Lorvins to come on this panel. I invited Lutch. I invited Ach Yahu'el, and I invited Lutch. I said Lutch already. Sorry about that. And Amir. I invited all 4 gentlemen to come on the panel tonight. I repeat, I invited all 4 gentlemen to come on the panel tonight. I invited all 4 gentlemen to come on the panel tonight. I'm doing my Dr. Umar Johnson impression. Repeat one quote 50 times. I invited these gentlemen to come on the panel tonight. And if they don't, I understand. We busy and stuff, you know. I get it. For sure. I'm a very busy man, family, so I understand. I understand what it is. Give me 1 second, family. I'm going to go ahead and run a commercial, and we're going to get into some facts. When we come back from this commercial, well, let me put this comment back on screen because this is a... If your daughter married a polygynous husband, would you go to that wedding? Now, when I come back from the break, we're going to get into sources. We're going to source up. We're going to do as Lutch requested. What's that? We're going to do our research. Lutch, you said do research. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to see if I can find this comment because I actually give them some facts, but I think it got deleted. And also, I'd like to mention that in that video, I got put on timeout and I eventually got kicked out. I repeat, I was put on timeout. My guess was by Lutch because Lutch is one of the moderators, but I can't 100% confirm that. That's just my guess. I know he's a moderator. Here's the proof. Lutch, moderator. When you see this wrench right here, that means you're a moderator. But I don't see my comment where I'm giving my research. I'm actually giving information in regard. Oh, right here. Here we go, family. Let me read this to you. I almost forgot. Let me read this. This is important. It's not placed on timeout. So I apologize to the panel, to Lutch and everybody on panel. I take that back, Akeem. I say right here, the Supreme Court's foundational ruling, the legal basis of prohibiting polygamy, which includes polygyny is included in polygamy, was established in the 1878 Supreme Court case, Reynolds versus the United States. The Supreme Court unanimously rejected the argument, creating a distinction between belief and action. In other words, all members of the Supreme Court rejected polygyny. The Supreme Court unanimously, like a KO from Mike Tyson in his prime, from Kid Dynamite. Talk to me. You remember those days, family? I don't remember them. I was a little kid, but I watched the replay now. I watched the replay of Mike Tyson when he was knocking out people every week within seconds. This is a KO. This is a sleeper, family. This is knock you out night, night. The Supreme Court unanimously rejected this argument, creating a distinction between belief and action. And also source up, I showed the website where I'm getting this from. I wonder if it's still there. Let me go a little forward and see. I'm glad they left the chat because they did put me on timeout, but maybe they put me, well, obviously they did something to allow me my comments to get back on screen. So I'm really thankful for that. My wife also says this. Can you address Exodus 21:10? My wife says this. Can you address Exodus 21:10, which we're going to get into? We got you, family. I'm just looking more in the chat, see if. Okay, I said that already. Let me see. Let me go up. My wife, subscribe to Our Ever After, Black content, Black love, Trinity topics, celebrity news. We're Israelites and we still Black. Statistics show that the average Black American makes $51K a year. How are we taking care of all these kids and wives? Exodus 21:10. Yeah, somewhere around that. Somewhere Black men make about, Black American, I think Black American men make somewhere around 51K. Feel free to double check that, but it's in that ballpark, family. It's not a lot of money. 51K a year is not a lot of money. No shots to you if you make 51K. I'm just saying, how you going to have polygynous marriages with a pay less budget? How are you going to support a polygynous marriage with a shoestring budget, with a Payless budget? And no shout out to Payless. I grew up wearing Payless. I used to wear the Elijah ones. Talk to me. I used to wear the Sega Genesis. Y'all remember this? I mean, I used to wear a Sega Genesis t-shirt, shoes, the Elijah ones, Hakeem the Dream. Talk to me. Statistics show that the average Black American makes $51K a year. It's somewhere around that ballpark. Feel free to edify that comment. How are we taking care of all these kids and wives? Exodus 21:10. Talk to us. I go on and well, I think I'm just reading that question again. So my wife and I, we're working the double team. We're tagging in and out. Yeah, I don't know what the incentive is of being in a polygynous marriage. I don't. And also, you are under danger of taxes and fraud. When you are in a polygynous marriage, you are open to fraud. You are at risk of fraud. Okay, I think they removed the site where I'm giving my information. I repeat, I think that they removed the site that I'm sourcing from, and that's okay because we're going to read from it momentarily. So I'm going to go ahead and run this commercial break. And when we come back, family, we are going to get into the facts on why polygyny today is a problem in our community. Thank you, family. Thank you for that. Okay, now let's go ahead and get into our facts because I got receipts, family. I'm not just going to just sit up here and run my mouth without some sources. So let's go ahead and get to the first source. This is from legalclarity.org, which I referenced in the chat, but it got deleted. And maybe it got deleted because it was a link. Maybe it got deleted because Lutch did not like my research. Remember, Lutch said to me. I'm implying that. I'm inferring that he said to me to do my research. Why? Because I'm the first one who gave pushback on polygyny. And soon after, we had women throughout the chat follow in critiquing polygyny. Why? Because it deserves critiquing. Now, let's go ahead and get to our first source. And by the way, feel free to answer this question. Nobody's answered this question yet. Because somebody jump out the window. Jump out the window. This is a 50 feet jump out. If your daughter married a polygynous husband of multiple wives, would you go to that wedding? Somebody please answer this question. Pretty please answer this question. If you dare. Now, let's get some sources. Let's go to legalclarity.org. I'm feeling good tonight. As you can tell, this Henny right here that I finished, I need another round of Henny. I need some more hen. Just playing with you, family. It's not Hennessy, it's coffee. Black coffee, no sugar, no cream. Shalom, shalom to I am X Tav. That's my Aki right there. That's Big Ach. Shalom, King. Now, I'm gonna call you Wani, because I can't say that. It's hard to say, but right here, I'm gonna highlight this comment that way everybody see. Ach. Shalom. Oh, Ach. Right here, this is I am X Tav. I'm gonna call you Wani. I'm gonna call you Wani. I've been going through it spiritually and been tripping, knowing I know the law, and it's like I'm on the cruise control. Be cautious. Ach, you sound like all of us. You sound like all of us. The only difference is you keeping it 100. You keeping it real with all of us. This Torah walk is challenging. It ain't easy. I'm admitting, I'm a moray saying this. It ain't easy. This is real life here. This is real life. So thank you for sharing that and keeping it a buck. And tonight we're just having some fun. I mean, this is a serious topic, but I'm delivering it in a way, hopefully that's entertaining. Hopefully, family, I'm not pissing you guys off. But hey, if you are, hey, well, burn in anger then. Burn in your own anger. I'm not saying burn in Hades. I'm not saying hell. I'm saying burn in your own anger. If you want to burn in your own anger and be mad, that's your choice. If you mad, you mad. Go ahead and be mad. But I'm just saying, somebody answer my question. Is if your daughter married a polygynous husband, would you go to that wedding? Somebody go to that question. Okay, as somebody, please answer that question who supports polygyny. Or if you don't support it, say hell to the no. If you do support it, in the words of Stone Cold, give me a hell yeah. What? Give me a hell yeah. Okay, I gotta work on my Stone Cold impersonation. Why is polygamy illegal in the United States? Learn why. By the way, polygyny is included in polygamy. Learn why U.S. law prohibits polygamy, a ban based on the 19th century Supreme Court decision that prioritizes social order over religious practice. Hey, these are just facts here. That's all we're doing. We're just bringing out facts. American law trumps religious law. American law trumps religious culture. Here in America, we live in the land of our captivity. How are we going to practice polygyny today? How are we going to do it properly? How are we going to make sure that these wives in polygynous marriages, they are protected? The Torah is not the United States Constitution. Now, I will say the Torah is included within the United States Torah, the United States Constitution. Absolutely. The Torah actually is a part of the United States Constitution. Facts. I'm not saying it is 100%, but it's definitely a part of the United States Constitution. So I'm giving credit to America where it's due. Now, did we have to fight for those laws to be enforced? Absolutely. Are we still fighting for those laws to be enforced? Absolutely. However, the Torah is a part of the United States Constitution. But somebody, please, while I'm reading this article, somebody please answer this question again. Or somebody please answer this question. Shalom, shalom to Yahu'el. Shalom, shalom, King. Shalom, shalom. I got to say, if your daughter married a polygynous husband, would you go to that wedding? Shalom, shalom, all. Now, Yahu'el, let me go big screen. I will open up the panel. I'm going to open up the panel. I'm going to give, you know what? I'm going to give this information out and I will open up the panel. So just hold on for about 20, 30 minutes, hold on about 30 minutes, and I'll open up the panel. I got you. I'll send out the link and come and join us on the panel. But I do want to share my research with the audience, if that's okay with you, if that's tov, if that's good. But stick around, Yahu'el, because Yahu'el right here was in the video. He was in the video, family. Yes, I did already. I sent it to Jay Lutch. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and share what he said. He says, based on paraphrasing, if he's available, he's going to jump on. He's going to try to jump on. I reached out to him on IG, and he responded back to me. And I have to say this, as I was saying all night. I was saying this all night long. I have respect for all four of you gentlemen. Absolutely. However, we just happen to disagree. That's all. And the reason why I'm responding tonight is because I got kicked out of the chat on Friday night. When I was giving my rebuttal, I got kicked out. And I'm here sharing the information on why I arrived to the conclusion that polygyny today is not practical. It cannot be carried out today in the United States. So let me go ahead and run through this information. I got you, Yahu'el. Please stick through. Polygamy, the practice of having more than one spouse, is illegal in all 50 states. Hebrew highlighter. Hebrew highlighter. Hebrew highlighter. It's illegal in all 50 states. Polygyny is a part of polygamy. This prohibition, I'm gonna go ahead and leave the Hebrew highlighter on. You guys go ahead and write it down, take a picture. I don't give a what. This prohibition is the result of a combination of historical conflicts, foundational legal precedents, and enduring government's interests. The historical ban on polygamy. The legal opposition to polygamy in the United States originated in the mid-19th century, largely in response to the practices of early members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, aka Mormons. This was a response to the practices of the Mormons. Question: is the Mormon a black organization or a white organization, generally speaking? That's right. The Mormons are a Caucasian organization. I say this out of respect and love. Family, I'm mulatto. I'm mixed. I'm light skinned. I got love for everybody. In the words of Bob Marley, one love. But I'm bringing this out because they said during their video that the Caucasian, whatever that is, the Caucasian, the Caucasian, they're the ones who are banning our way of life of polygamy, of polygyny. But however, we see the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They're the ones who got shut down. And guess what? They're not Israelites. They're not Israelites. They're Caucasian. Generally speaking. Generally speaking. As the church embraced plural marriage in the Utah territory, it created social and political friction with the U.S. government, leading to the 1856 Republican Party platform to label slavery and polygamy as the two relics of barbarism. Shout out to the Republican Party. That sounds crazy to say. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. To me, if you ask me, two wings, same bird. Don't trust the eagle. In response, Congress enacted targeted legislation, starting with the Moral Anti-Bigamy Act of 1862. Remember, Jay Lutch referenced bigamy. I'm paraphrasing. He said bigamy is cool. You can do bigamy. He said bigamy you can rock with, you can bring out, you can live out in the United States. And he said I didn't do my research, but I'm doing my research right now, and I actually brought it out in the chat. So this, in response, Congress enacted targeted legislation, starting with the Moral Anti-Bigamy Act in 1862. This law outlawed bigamy in U.S. territories and limited the church's ability to own property, though it was not rigorously enforced during the Civil War. This law outlawed bigamy in U.S. Bigamy You have it right here. It's illegal. Bigamy is illegal. Bigamy is illegal. Bigamy is illegal. Thank you. Thank you. God is exalted. I never said polygyny is against Torah. I never said polygyny is against Torah. And however, you are taking that out of context. I am not saying polygyny is it's not a part of Torah. What I'm saying today, in our land of our captivity, we cannot carry out polygyny. We can't do it. Polygyny is not a reality. It's a fantasy. And here's why. This law outlawed bigamy in US. It's illegal here. Subsequent laws escalated the pressure. The Edmunds Act of 1882 made polygamy a felony and stripped petitioners of the right to vote, serve on juries, or hold public office. Well, this is cool right here. I'm all with this right here. If I can avoid jury duty, I'm with it. So this one right here is a plus. I'll be here all day. The jokes are free. The Edmunds-Tucker Act of 1887 later disincorporated the church and allowed the federal government to seize its assets. These actions dismantled institutional support for polygamy and paved the way for Utah's statehood. About the church discontinued the practice. After the church discontinued the practice. After the church discontinued the practice. I'm getting my Dr. Umar Johnson. I'm repeating the same thing multiple times. Like Israelites multiplying their wives. I'm repeating this verse multiple times. The Supreme Court's foundational ruling. The legal basis for prohibiting polygamy was established in the 1878 Supreme Court case, Reynolds versus United States. The case involved George Reynolds, a member of the Latter-day Saint Church charged with bigamy under the Moral Act. That's right. Bigamy. It's illegal. Reynolds argued that his practice of plural marriage was a religious duty protected by the First Amendment's free excuse clause. He tried to be slick. Let's see what happens. The Supreme Court unanimously, means all of them, rejected this argument, creating a distinction between belief and action. Hallelujah. The court asserted that while the First Amendment protects religious beliefs, it does not protect actions that are in violation of social duties or subversive of good order. It reasoned that allowing individuals to defy a law based on religious belief would make religious doctrine superior to the land, superior to the law of the land. You can't do that in America. The ruling established that marriage is a civil contract regulated by law and that polygamy was an offense against society. In its decision, the court referenced Thomas Jefferson's wall of separation between church and state, clarifying the government power reaches actions, not opinions. Big facts. By upholding the conviction, the court affirmed that religiously motivated practices are not exempt from neutral criminal laws. In other words, you can't get away with it. You can't get away with it. Let's continue. We're going to read a little bit more. We're not going to read the whole thing. We're going to read the first 4 sections. Let's see what we're going to read. This last one right here, family. State interests in prohibiting polygamy. States maintain bans on polygamy based on several public policy justifications. A primary justification is the prevention of fraud related to public benefits, taxes, and inheritance. When you practice polygamy, you are at risk of fraud. Fraud. Multiple unrecognized spouses can create complex claims on programs like Social Security or be used to file deceptive tax returns, complicating government administration. Family. 3 things you don't want to mess with in your life. Number 1, Yah. That's first and foremost. Number two, your wife. I didn't say your wives. I said your wife. And number three, the IRS. Don't get out of pocket with those three. Another state interest is the protection of vulnerable individuals. Talk to me. Let's go. Woo! It's all about protection. We got to protect the daughters of Zion. Let's go. That's a repeater. Another state interest is the protection of vulnerable individuals. Polygamous relationships have been associated with inequalities and the potential for exploitation. The legal framework of monogamous marriage provides clear rights for spouses and children regarding custody, financial support, and inheritance. You know what time it is. Hebrew highlighter. You better highlight this mug. Introducing multiple spouses complicates these structures, potentially leaving some individuals without legal recourse. The government also has an interest in maintaining the established legal structure of marriage. Laws governing divorce, property division, and next to kin status are built around a two-person model. Woo! This article is talking to us. It's talking to me. You're going to have some serious financial problems with polygyny today. You're going to have some serious legal problems with polygyny today. Permitting multiple spouses would require a complete overhaul of family law to address the complex rights and obligations that would arise. Shout out to this article. Shout out to legalclarity.org. Woo, that was beautiful. And we got some more where that came from. We're going to bring out two credible sources, as it says in our way of life, in the torah from Yah. We're going to bring out this source, family. And I got you, Yahu'el. Stick around, please, Ach. I don't want you to go. I don't want to be long-winded, but I do want to bring some edification for the audience. As a matter of fact, I will reduce my message in order to have you on the panel, because I love to have you on the panel because it's all love. I love all four of you men, for sure, for sure. I got so much respect. I'm not coming sideways. I'm just coming passionate. And I'm giving a alternative perspective, because as Israelites, we should have these conversations. If we can debate who's better, Michael Jordan and LeBron James, we can debate which is better, monogamy or polygyny. Talk to me. Now, let's go to this one. Shout out to LeBron and Jordan. But how does that debate benefit our community? However, the debate between monogamy and polygyny actually can benefit, or it could hurt our community. Now, let's go to another credible website. This ain't from flybynight.org. This is from the edulaw.com. The edulaw.com. Let's see how we're doing. Okay, cool. Right on. I appreciate it. And it's cool because I hear you guys out. I listen to both of you guys, and you know, we just listening to each other, which is key. We got to listen first. And that's what I did. I listened to what you guys shared, and there are some benefits to polygyny. I'm not dissing that, and I'm not dissing the fact that polygyny it's actually a part of Torah. It's not banned by Torah. What I'm saying is it's not practical. We can't do it today. We can't do it. Is polygamy legal in the U.S.? Hear what federal and state laws say. Polygamy refers to being married to more than one spouse at the same time. Within that, polygyny involves one man with multiple wives, while polyamory refers to one woman with multiple husbands. Hebrew highlighter. We're making it plain. Wonder bread, homemade cheeseburger with a government cheese slap right on top. Beef patty this fat. Talk to me. And you can wash it down with some sweet ass Kool-Aid. Oh, I miss those days. Bigamy, by contrast, deals with entering into a second marriage while a first remains legally valid. I'm highlighting bigamy. Bigamy. Lutch tried to use bigamy. Let's see what the law says. Because we have to follow Romans 13:1. We got to follow the authorities of the land. In many cultures and religions, plural marriages hold symbolic or spiritual importance. Though laws in the U.S. approach the matter differently. Woo! The law disagree. State laws on polygamy. State level treatment of polygamy reveals a consistent rejection of plural marriage across all 50 jurisdictions. All 50 jurisdictions. Legislators define these acts as violations of public order, trying their reasoning to historical traditions of monogamous marriage and concerns about fraud, coercion, and social instability. Oh, we got our Hebrew highlighter tonight. You know how we do it, fam. While wording differs between the states, the core message remains the same. Plural marriages are void and participants can face persecution. If you are in a plural marriage right now, you can face execution. You are at risk of being persecuted. I find it interesting that in the panel, it was said that it was the oppressor's way. It was the Caucasian's way of monogamy. However, family, is this an Israelite couple on screen? Maybe they are. Maybe they are Israelites. If you go back far enough, maybe they are. But I'm just saying though, generally speaking, are Caucasian people Israelites? However, we have the Church of Latter-day Saints. They were the first ones to be challenged over polygyny. So we can't use the color thing. Let's not use race. Let's not use ethnicity. Criminalization across states. Every state criminalizes both polygamy and bigamy. Hebrew highlighter. We're doing our research. It's illegal. Polygyny. Let me start this. Let me rephrase this. Polygamy is illegal in all 50 states. Polygyny is illegal in all 50 states. And bigamy is illegal in all 50 states. Polygamy, polygyny, bigamy, all are illegal in all 50 states. If you didn't take a screenshot tonight, take one now. Legislators often merge or overlap the definitions, making the status broad enough to capture multiple forms of plural unions. Courts also make clear that marriages involving more than two parties lack recognition in civil law, leaving participants outside legal protection. You're not protected. If you're in a polygynous marriage right now, you're not protected by law. You're vulnerable. Right here, here's some examples of statutes include right here. Here's some statutes. If y'all want some penal codes, get y'all penal codes right here. This one right here defines and criminalizes bigamy. This one right here prohibits unlawful cohabitation and polygamy. And this one, in these states, contain nearly identical provisions declaring plural marriages void. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. Gotta get these sidebars. By relying on such statutes, states ensure that plural marriage remains a prohibited act, regardless of cultural or religious justification. Whether if you're an Israelite or not, whether if you're a Mormon or not, it's illegal in all 50 states. Criminal penalties. Legal consequences extend beyond invalidating the marriage itself. Prosecutors often bring felony charges. Ooh, you don't want no felony. Stay away from that F. Stay away from the F word. When individuals enter into plural marriages, punishments include both incarceration and financial penalties. Black men, we are locked up too much. Polygyny will get your black ass locked up. Be careful. I love you. I'm saying this out of love. I'm mulatto. I'm mixed. I'm light skinned. Talk to me. I'm speaking to my people right now. If you're trying this polygyny stuff, you are at risk of getting shoved behind bars. We don't need our brothers locked up. Let's stay out of the system. Prison sentences ranging from 1 year to several years, depending on state law. Fines. California imposes fines to up to 10,000. Jail terms, 1 year in some jurisdictions as an alternative to fines. Either pay the fine or pay the time. Either way, you're going to pay the crime. Persecution frequently targets additional crimes that emerge in polygamous communities. Examples include welfare fraud, child abuse, incest, statutory RAPE. Polygyny can get your black ass locked the hell up. Let's stay out of jail, family. I love you. I'm saying this out of love, out of passion. I love our people. Polygyny can get you locked up. Such charges are often easier to prove, providing prosecutors with a more effective strategy than attempting to establish polygamy alone. Enforcement challenges. Enforcement of polygamy laws presents practical and political difficulties. Historical raids and high-profile prosecutions shape public opinion, often creating sympathy for targeted communities. Authorities today rarely prioritize direct polygamy charges, instead focusing on crimes with more accessible evidence. Lack of documentation. Many plural unions are not formally recorded. It's under the table. It's illegal. It's like selling drugs. Polygamy is like selling drugs. The money, the practice ain't legit. It's illegal. Reluctant witnesses. Victims or spouses may refuse to testify due to loyalty or fear. Local leniency. Such officers, such officials, some officials show reluctance to disrupt families or challenge community norms. The Short Creek raid of 1953, involving the arrest of hundreds in Arizona and Utah, remains a symbolic event. Public outrage over the handling of families led to greater caution by law enforcement in subsequent decades. Family law implications. Family law further highlights how polygamy lacks recognition in civil courts. Legal systems in every state adhere strictly to two-party marriage structures. That's right. You know that's right. That's damn right. Any attempt to register multiple marriages results in annulment rather than divorce, as the relationship is considered void from inception. It's not considered real. Consequences of non-recognition include spousal rights, absent unless established through private contracts. Israelites, we ain't doing no private contracts. Stop it. We ain't doing this stuff. We barely waking up. Most of us not even awake. We still got to clean our eyes. We still got to remove the eye boogers out of our eyes. We need to go and wash our face and take a bath. We ain't woke. We woke-ish. Property division. Limited legal protections in disputes. Child custody. Oh man. Courts prioritize child welfare, complicating custody rulings where multiple spouses exist. And guess what? This is according to Torah. I'm going to bring this out. Inheritance issues. This is according to Torah. Plural spouses often excluded from legal inheritance unless specified in a will. So here's your answer right here. Uncle J.E., you brought this out earlier, but here's some edification. You have to specify it. And a lot of us Israelites ain't specifying it. Participants in plural marriages often face legal uncertainty in property and custody disputes, creating instability for both adults and children involved. Constitutional and civil rights arguments. Almost done with this article. This speaks about the Reynolds in versus the United States, 1878, which we went through already. Debates surrounding polygamy often extend far beyond criminal codes and family law, reaching into constitutional theory. Supporters of plural marriage consistently argue that existing prohibitions collide with guarantees of religious liberty and equal protection, while courts respond by highlighting the state's responsibility to regulate marriage from a broader public interest. Judges tend to frame polygamy as a matter of conduct rather than belief. Woo! I agree with that. Big facts. Shout out to the judges. You can't become one overnight. You got to pass that bar, which is hard as hell. Distinguishing it from protected forms of religious or personal expression. While plural unions lack recognition under U.S. law, litigants confronting criminal charges might also consider alternate plea strategies, such as an Alford or a no contest plea to mitigate risk. Religious freedom, First Amendment. Advocates for plural marriage rely heavily on the First Amendment, which guarantees free exercise of religion. Many religious groups claim that plural unions reflect sacred traditions and form part of their spiritual obligations. Courts, however, have consistently drawn a line between protected belief and regulated conduct. A central case in this area, Reynolds versus the United States, 1878, involved a Mormon leader prosecuted under federal anti-bigamy laws. Hebrew freaking highlighter. Where my alcohol at? I'm in alkaline. Let's go. Woo! The Supreme Court ruled that while individuals remain free to believe in plural marriage, the state has the authority to prohibit the actual practice. That decision sets a precedent still used today. Religious motivation does not exempt individuals from general criminal laws. Legal reasoning rests on the idea that religious freedom cannot be used as a shield for practices deemed harmful to society. Woo! Equal protection, 14th Amendment. You can check out this video. We're not going to. We're just going to run through the rest of this. The 14th Amendment provides another battleground for polygamy debates. Advocates highlight that equal protection extends to personal liberties, including the right to marry. The Supreme Court's decision of Obergefell versus Hodges, 2015, which legalized same-sex marriage nationwide, has become a cornerstone of these arguments. By declaring a marriage a fundamental right, Obergefell gave reformers new ground to challenge polygamy bans as inconsistent with evolving definitions of marital freedom. Supporters of reform argue that if the Constitution protects the right of same-sex couples to marry, it should also safeguard the right of consequenting adults to enter plural marriages. They contend that plural unions represent another form of personal liberty, deserving the same recognition. Opponents counter with concerns about administrative chaos, social order, and legal instability. Marriage laws are built around two-person structures for purposes such as inheritance, custody, tax benefits, and healthcare decision-making. Hebrew, you know what time it is. Hebrew highlighter. Highlight that. A good person leaves an inheritance to his children's children. Expanding that framework, they argue, would strain existing systems and potentially disadvantage vulnerable parties within plural unions. Even within Obergefell, dissenting justices warned that the court's reasoning could logically extend to polygamy, suggesting that future litigants might attempt to use the ruling as precedent. While courts have so far resisted such challenges, the debate continues among scholars, activists, and lawmakers. Immigration consequences. Immigration law reflects another dimension of constitutional and civil rights debates, particularly in how the U.S. balances personal liberty with public policy. Federal authorities treat polygamy not only as a disqualifying factor for citizenship, but also as incompatible with the nation's legal order. Both legally recognized plural marriages abroad and informal spiritual unions fall under scrutiny. Consequences include denial of citizenship applications. Any applicant engaged in plural marriage faces automatic disqualification. Revocation of status. Permanent residents admitting to polygamy risk losing their legal residency. Ooh, is it worth it, family? Is it worth it? Is it worth losing your legal residency? Rejection of family sponsorship. A person cannot use a polygamous spouse as a bias for vice eligibility. Officials stress that polygamy conflicts with the principles of American civil law, which recognize only monogamous marriage. You know what time it is. I ain't got to say it. By aligning immigration policy with domestic family law, the government ensures consistency across federal enforcement. The bottom line, and that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold says so. What? Polygamy remains illegal in every U.S. state, despite its cultural and religious significance for certain groups, which includes Hebrew Israelites. And family, I'm a Hebrew Israelite, and I'm saying this. Criminal statutes exist nationwide, though enforcement often shifts toward related crimes due to practical challenges. Courts continue to reject constitutional claims under both religious freedom and equal protection arguments. Immigration policy adds another layer of prohibition, denying entry or citizenship to those engaged in plural marriage. While debates persist, and they do, and tonight you can call it that, while debates persist, the current law upholds monogamy as the sole recognized structure of marriage in the United States, leaving polygamy outside the boundaries of legality. This article was written by Ethan Dumfries. Ethan Dumfries, right here, family. I think I'm probably right here, right above me. Right above me. Great article. All praises to our great king. I'm going to show you this website, family. Listen, let me show you something real quick. Let's go to, I think I can go to the bottom. Let me go off screen. I'm about to open up the panel for those who want to come on. But I want to show you about us. Let's go to about us. Because this ain't from Fly By Night. And we look around our community, there's a lot of fly by nights. We don't have a lot of sources that are being vented and checked. We got a lot of hearsay under the auspices, the pretend auspices, the pretend authority of facts. We got a lot of liars. Let me see. Let me share something about Ethan Dumfries. Maybe I have to find it another way. I'll apologize. Let's see. Right here. It's a little information about the author. Right here, family. Let me highlight this. This is important. Meet the authors. Jonathan Pierce, a graduate of Georgetown University with a JD, and Ethan Dumfries, our editor-in-chief, who specializes in technology law. As we see, these are from credible individuals. Is our editor-in-chief, who specializes in technology law with a sharp focus on how regulation interacts with innovation. Legal research and public policy form the foundation of his work, which highlights challenges faced by startups, creators, and digital platforms. His insights have been published in tech-focused legal reviews and strategic white papers. Through collaborations with think tanks, digital rights organizations, and law firms, he addresses issues such as data ownership, AI policy, copyright conflicts, and patent disputes in today's fast evolving digital space. Right here, Jonathan Pierce brings a wealth of expertise in criminal law, judicial practices, and legal theory. A graduate of Georgetown University with a JD, he has spent over 10 years analyzing case law and procedure frameworks. His contributions span legal journals, bar association bulletins, and online legal forums, working with law firms, legislators, and educators. He focuses on translating dense legal material into clear, actionable content. Topics often include court proceedings, constitutional safeguards, and the practical side of the legal form. As you can see, family, this ain't fly by night. We sourcing up. You know how we do. Great job, gentlemen. All praises to our great king. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to share the link. This is a long one tonight. This is a special. Join the panel here. I'm going to get my close. I may run into the scriptures, but I'll go ahead and condense it just for the sake of the opportunity for the guests to come on. If you'd like to come on, Ach Yahu'el, if you'd like to come on the panel, please come on. This is your opportunity, Ach. I'm not going to debate you. I'm not going to come sideways. I'm a teacher. I'm a moray. I'm a preacher. That's what I do. I was a licensed minister in Christianity, and I'm a moray in the awakening. And I say this out of humility and love. I'm not going to debate you. I got respect for you. We can just have a conversation. We can build, and we can develop a relationship just by disagreeing with each other. So if you'd like to come on the panel, feel free to. I'm going to go ahead and give my conclusion. I'm just going to read my verses. Let's see. I'm going to read on screen. Exodus 21:10 deals with multiple marriage laws. I got you, Ach Yahu'el. Hold there 1 second. Also, also check out the multiple versions in Exodus 21:10. Go outside the King James version, please. Okay, go outside the King James version. The average income for black men is about $51K a year. Most men can't afford it financially, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Romans 13:1-5. We can't legally practice polygyny. 1 Peter chapter 2, verses 13-17 enforces that, or agrees with that. Agrees that we have to follow the laws of the land. Titus chapter 3, verses 1-3, same thing. And also Genesis 2:24 is the original intent of marriage. I'm gonna get my conclusion right here. I got you, Ach Yahu'el. He's in the chat. I got you. Hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and say this to you, Ach. Hold on a couple minutes, because I really like to speak to you. Adon, Ach Yahu'el. Brother, Yah is God. Hold on there for a second. I got you, Ach. So let me go ahead and read my closing. Conclusion. Polygyny is not against Torah. However, we cannot keep polygyny today. We cannot enforce the laws of polygyny in the United States and possibly in your country. Polygyny is illegal. Men, ask yourself, why do you desire to have a illegal relationship? Why do you desire to have an illegal relationship? What is lacking in your monogamous relationship? How can you and your spouse solve those issues together? Many are not married. Many are playing house. How can you protect polygynous wives today? How can you enforce and protect their marital rights today? Is there a Hebrew Israelite governing body? Are there Hebrew Israelite police officers, detectives, lawyers, judges? Polygyny is like tithing. Polygyny is like the adultery test. We cannot properly apply it today. Polygyny is not practical and is not the first mention of marriage in the Bible. At best, at best, at best. Polygyny is like a prescription. Polygyny is like a prescription. Polygyny is like an over-the-counter synthetic drug from Walgreens. Talk to me. What you mean, Jaydon? Polygyny does not kill the sickness. It just adds temporary relief to the sickness and leads to other sicknesses. It don't heal the problem. It makes it worse. Another, at best, example. If we lived like the book of Eli in post-apocalyptic time, say that 5 times fast, I dare you. If we lived like Denzel in the book of Eli, then it may help in repopulating the earth. Polygyny throughout the Bible led to problems, i.e., Jacob, David, Solomon, and if we want to flex, Yaakov, Dawid, Shlomo. Polygyny leads to favoritism, abandonment, abuse, diseases. Talk to me. STDs, AIDS, sexual transmitted diseases, and risk of fraud, etc., etc. Blase, blase. The original intent for marriage is one husband, one wife. Genesis 2:24. Say it loud with me. Read it aloud with me. Recite it aloud with me. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall become one flesh. One. Echad, echad, echad. Polygyny was a problem in our community then, and polygyny is a problem in our community now. All praises, all glory, all kavod to Yahweh, to Yahuwah, to Yahuwah, to Yahweh. All glory to our great King. And at this time, I'd like to welcome on the panel, Ach Yahu'el. First off, keep your mic muted. I want to go ahead and do the right thing because I'm coming with respect. First off, this is for you, Ach. Shalom, shalom, Adon, Ach Yahu'el. How you doing tonight? Hallelujah. Feel free to go ahead and turn on.
Can you hear me?
Cain, or Shaka Khan. We can't even agree on that. Israelites, we always fighting. Is it Cain? Is it Khan? Is it Shaka Khan? We're going to agree one day, but right now, we're going to work out the debate. But yes, thank you for joining us, Ach
Oh well,
Yahu'el.
Cain.
I saw.
Cain means I agree. Cain is yes.
And like for me, I don't know about you, Ach, but me, I prefer the biblical Hebrew. I teach biblical Hebrew. If anybody's interested in the chat, I teach biblical Hebrew, but I prefer to say Cain, like Cain from like Minister Society. I prefer to say Cain, but I know that we got brews that speak Lashwan Kodash, which is another that's another discussion. That's another disagreement, but I can rock with the slang. I look at Lashwan Kodash as slang. So I say it as slang. I'll say Shalom as slang, but I prefer the biblical Hebrew. So I prefer to say Cain. So I think you have your TV on. If you could just mute your TV, you can leave the TV on, like leave it up and running, but just mute the TV because I think we're getting some feedback. Mute your TV. You can leave the TV on, like leave it up and running, but just mute the TV because I think we're getting some feedback. Hallelujah. Thanks. Yes. Sometimes we get feedback when there's sound from the TV is. Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you at all.
No, you can't? Okay. Wow, this is interesting. Let's see.
Let me exit out and try to come back in.
Khan. Sounds good. All right. That was Ach Yahu'el. He's going to come back on the screen. I'd love to have this conversation with him. He was the first and only from the live stream that I have a disagreement with. He's the first one and the only one to come on this panel. I reached out to all 4 gentlemen, and I appreciate Ach Yahu'el for taking his time out of the day, out of the night, to come on this live stream. I wasn't ignoring you, family, in the chat. I was just working. I had to get my thoughts out. This was on my chest. Thank you for being my therapist tonight. All praises. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let's see if you can hear me right now. Hopefully everything is good. Hunky dory.
I can't hear anything you're saying.
Okay, let me see. Let me check on my end. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go to the sound. Wow, this is interesting. Wow, you still can't hear me, right? You still no sound? No sound? No sound? Can you hear me? No? You heard me before, but now you can't hear me. Let me try this. Can you now? Can you hear me now, Ach? Let's see. Let me put the sound on test. Let's see. Let's go speakers. Can you hear me now? See, hopefully you can hear me now. We can try this. This is from the laptop. Can you hear me? Go ahead and say something. Go ahead, Ach. Do you hear me, Ach? You hear me? Let's see. Let me try this. I'm gonna keep trying. Let's see. How about now? Can you hear me now?
I can't hear anything at all.
Wow. See, I can hear you. Uncle J.E. can hear. Uncle J.E., can you hear me? Can you hear Ach Yahu'el? Who can you hear, Uncle J.E.? Because I hear you loud and clear, but you can't hear me, which is interesting. I'm looking at my mic. It's turned on. Yeah, you can try that. We just keep trying until we get it. I mean, hey, this is live stream. We deal with sound issues every once in a while. Every blue moon, they come up. Ain't nothing new here. Let's see. Hopefully just keep trying different things and we get the sound interested, because I really desire to speak to you
Yeah, I see you
tonight.
talking back. I don't hear anything.
How about now? Can you hear me now? I turned up the mic. I don't know if you can hear me now, but let's see. Let me keep trying different things. Let's see. Let me try this real quick. And Uncle J.E. says, I hear both of you. So Uncle J.E. hears both of us. Let's see. Let me go to test speakers. Let's see. Test speaker. Let's see. No, let's go to sound. I'm just going to keep talking, which I'm pretty good at. I'm good at running my mouth. I'll just keep running my mouth because I see my sound. I can see my vocals moving up and forth. My mic is turned on. Your mic is off. Well, you're muted. You muted your mic. If you want to turn on the TV, you can. If you want to turn on the TV, I'll just wait. We could do it like that. You could use the TV. So I'll go ahead and put it in the chat. You can use the TV. You can use the TV, and then we'll just respond that way. We can use the TV, and we'll just go back and forth. So let's see.
Test.
Let's see. I'm just going to keep trying. Hopefully you hear me. I'm going to try different settings. If you hear anything, just let me know. I'm just try everything. We're just troubleshooting this because this is a great conversation that I'm excited to have. Let me just try different things. Let's see. I'll try my laptop speakers. Wow, this was interesting because you heard me before. You heard me in the beginning, but you can't hear me now. But you can just use the TV if you want. Still no sound? I'm turning you on right now. No sound? No? Can't hear me? Let's see. Am I on mute? Let's see if I'm on mute. No, I'm not on. Well, I'm on mute now. Now I'm not on mute. Okay, so let's see. Anything? Let's see. Sound settings. Input, output. Let's go output. Yeah, it says there go my speakers. Volumes to 100. We turned all the way up.
Hey, shalom.
We're really close, but I don't know what it is. Just turn on your TV. Hopefully you can hear me. Listen, let's try this again. We're gonna try this again. See, put on my headphones again. Put on my headphones. Put on my headphones. See. Just keep trying. Turn your TV volume back on. Go ahead, like on the chat, on the screen right here. Yeah, turn your volume back on.
Yes,
and then I'll go ahead and go. Hopefully I can hear you. Let's see. All right, so just turn your TV back on, and we'll just dialogue that way. Like turn your TV volume back on. I'll mute. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll mute the TV. I'll mute the echo. I'll mute the echo. Yeah, I'll mute the echo.
Okay. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. Whenever you can go ahead and begin. You go ahead and begin.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the whole headphone situation. So, what question do you have for me to answer? I'll answer whatever you got for me.
Yeah, I can't hear you. Like right here, and then turn it low, and then yeah, turn it low that only you can hear it. Just turn your TV low, and we should be good. There's always a way.
Right.
Yeah. Hopefully you can hear me though.
So
We're just
my
gonna keep
question
on
is,
keeping on.
what question do you have for
Let's
me?
see.
That way I can answer.
Let me my headphones again. We'll speakers. I'm gonna try with the speakers. Let's try it this way. Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Just let me know if you can hear me. I feel like yeah, because I have my speakers on from the laptop. Oh. Yeah. Now Jay can't hear you. Now I can't hear you. Yeah. Just keep working it out. It's cool. It's cool. Yeah. Now I can't hear you. And no sound. No sound. Yeah. No sound. I still can't hear you. Try from the laptop. You can try from the laptop. You could try from the laptop. You can try from the laptop. You gotta try it from the laptop. Yeah. I can't hear him either, Uncle Jay. I don't know what's going on, but hey, you know how it is. It's always like that with live streams. I heard him in the beginning. And then the sound just went out. It just puked. But yeah. Let me go ahead and put the link back on screen. Let's see. Join the panel here because this is really interesting because Ach Yahu'el is in a polygynous marriage. He's in a polygynous marriage, and no, by no means am I disrespecting Ach Yahu'el or his family. I'm not family. I'm just bringing my perspective based on the collection of information that I analyzed. I'm not saying anything out of pocket or sideways. But can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Family, can you hear me? Family, can you hear me? Family, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I think you can. I think the issue's on his end. If I'm just gonna be brutally honest, I think it's on his end, but I can't prove it. But that's my guess because I was able to hear him, but once he muted his TV, that's when the sound went out. When in the beginning, we were going back and forth. We were able to hear each other. We were able to dialogue, as you guys saw in the beginning. But, we still got time for sure. And hopefully he comes back on. Or any of the four brothers that did that panel, they can come back on. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that confirmation. So I'm running my sound through the laptop. Let me see. Let me confirm that.
It's quickly become.
Yep, I can hear my laptop, so I should be able to hear Ach Yahu'el. You guys can hear me, and I can hear my speakers. Here's the proof right here. Let me go ahead and play the proof.
The most powerful.
If you guys heard an echo, it's just me running a sound test. But hopefully he can just try again, and we will proceed. If not, I'll go ahead and allow somebody else to come on the panel. I gave my closing. I just ran through the scriptures. But polygyny, it's illegal in the United States. We can't do it. Hey, to each his own. However you run your household, that's on you. But what I'm saying is you are at risk in multiple ways. You are at risk in multiple ways. You can get locked up. And we don't need another reason to get locked up, family. I don't know if he's going to come back on. Hopefully he tries again, because I still got time this evening. I'm actually off tomorrow. So things have been slow at my job, so we're off tomorrow. And, things have been tough, financially. If you work for the government, I can just only imagine the hardships that you're going through right now. We got people losing homes. We got people that are put out in the street due to the government shutdown. We got people losing their food stamps. We have people losing their food stamps who truly need it. Not everybody that's on EBT is taking advantage of the system. EBT is a biblical principle. The government should get involved with the citizens to a certain degree. And EBT is a Torah principle. And my heart goes out to those who have been affected due to the government shutdown, due to the SNAP shutdown. And my field, which is in the private sector, I'm a carpenter family. I'm a CNC operator, programmer. Our job has been affected. The trades have been affected. Yeah, big facts. You said everybody's slide here, bro. Yeah, hard out here. It is hard, Uncle J.E. And we just got to make sure that we have money multiple ways. Let's get our paper. Black men, let's get our money multiple ways. Let's not just get stuck on one income. Let's invest. Let's invest into property. Let's invest into the stock market. And please do not go for the trap of sports gambling. We got too many ads. We got too many commercials. We got too much advertisement that targets our community. You notice in a lot of these platforms, a lot of these gambling platforms, what do? They hire Black celebrities, comedians, actors, athletes to inspire us to partake in sports gambling. But we can get our money in multiple ways. We don't have to sports gamble, family. We can invest. We can buy property. We can get into stocks. We can get into commodities. There's other ways to get this paper. We can get into content creating. So my heart goes out to those who have been affected. But I got time tonight because my job is slow. Hopefully you can hear me. Ach Yahu'el, we're going to try. I can hear you too. All praises. We got that worked out. Sound the alarm. Let's go. All right, Aki. So first off, I got to do the right thing. Thank you for coming on this panel tonight. I know that we have a disagreement, but in no way does that change the way I view you and the three other brothers who are on the Off Limits platform. I have respect and love for all four of you gentlemen. I've seen all of you guys before. You guys are part of my awakening. Oh, he cut it off. Oh, man. He was there. The smoke didn't even begin. Now keep on. You cut off. Just come on back. Bring it back. We make progress, family. I'll keep on filibustering. Maybe I should run for office. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Yes. All good. So I just want to give you your flowers. I want to give you, J. Lutch, Lorvins, and Amire your flowers. I respect four of you gentlemen. I know about all of you guys. You guys are a part of my awakening. When I was in the awakening, I woke up in 2018. I was looking into it. I was kind of like, I was a Christian. I was born again. I was a licensed minister in Christianity. I left the awakening. I kind of got into into the conscious community. I was kind of like I was like a pro-black Christian thingy. I don't know what the hell. And this is coming from a mulatto brother. I was confused, but I was like in the conscious community. But then I looked into Israelites. I saw the camps and they were screaming at hatred stuff. Part of it I felt because I could resonate with some of the anger. But I was like, man, there's got to be some decent people out there. And, I came across some good brothers from Hebrew Nation Building. They changed my life. Shout out to all the brothers of Hebrew Nation Building. Shout out to Brother Divine Prospect. Shout out to Avdiel Ben Lewi, Zion Lex. Shout out to DCB, the Ach Yahu'el out in Brooklyn. Shout out to Only Love Austin. Her groundwork, her research on the continent of Africa is so amazed by it and impressed. So like you guys coming into, listening to brothers like Lorvin and Jay Lutch, like Jay Lutch with his bars and Lorvins with his singing. Like to this day, my wife and I listen to Lorvins and Jay Lutch. And one of my favorite songs when I first was like looking into good music was that jam, We Gon' Jump. We Gon' Jump.
Yeah.
We gon' jump. Hey, we gon' jump. Not afraid to throw my hands up. And then Jay Lutch. Like a set of cables, we jump in. Put it on the shoes, now we jump in. Fill with the rope in. Hey, those are the breaks. Hey, you know what I'm saying? So like that jams today. Like when Feast Days come around, I always play that to this very day. But I said a lot. I just want to give you your flowers. Thank you for coming on this panel. But how are you doing tonight?
Oh man, I'm the Most High has been good to me and looked favorably upon me. So I have no complaints.
All praises to our great King. And
Yes,
it's powerful that you're on this panel because you are currently in a polygynous marriage. And I think that like you are like a great example on somebody who can speak on this, speak on polygynous marriage. And just because we disagree does not change the way how I feel about you. As Israelites, we always disagreeing on something. As black folks, we always disagreeing on something. We debating who's better, LeBron or Michael Jordan. This topic right here ain't nothing different. We just debating on how we can carry out Torah culture because it's challenging to carry out Torah culture in the land of our captivity. So like, go ahead and share with the people your perspective on polygyny, if you like.
well, I mean, my perspective is that there are Torah precepts that govern how it's to be carried out. We can make the argument about monogamy all day, and the reality is there are flaws in monogamy, there are flaws in polygyny, there are flaws in singleness, and we are walking as flawed brothers and sisters, whether we are awakened or whether we are not. And so there are multiple perspectives on those that are for it and those that are against it. Obviously, I am for it, but I'm for it to a degree. And what I mean is, I do not believe that it is for everybody. Just like I do not believe that monogamy is for everybody. Some brothers, some sisters just need to be single. And I think that the ability to be successful in polygyny and the ability to be successful in a serial monogamy situation are character based. If you don't have good character, if you are a transformer and in public you are this super brew, but in private you're an ugly person, this is not going to work for you. Whether you're seeking to be married and you marry somebody and it don't work, and if you walk into polygyny and it don't work, the distinctive difference is we have to do the work on ourselves, and that is about aligning with the will of the Father. And the will of the Father is demonstrated when our people, an example of it is like when our people came out of Egypt and traversed the wilderness, and how he constantly revealed their current state, and then he revealed the desired state for them. And the desired state for them was to put off things like bitterness, jealousy, the desire to be in control, the desire to be like other nations, the desire to serve him and worship him in the ways of other people. And so when we are able to shed those things, then you can start like really entertaining the conversation of, is polygyny, will it work for you? Because you can have all the love for the Father that you want and you lack patience. or long suffering, and it won't work. So I did see one question that was in the chat that you posed, and it was, if you're something along the lines of, if your daughter was to be or join a polygynous union, would you go to the wedding? Did I get it right? No? Yeah, okay. So if we're walking according to Hebraic culture, then the design for how your daughter would wind up married would be between you, her father, and this other man, or this other man's father. And the idea is that what marriage is about is connecting two houses together and then building community this way. You know, I can tell you all day long, hey, you my op, I'm gonna rock with you. If somebody come for you, I'm coming for them. And then me and you have a dispute about, I don't know, having coffee on Shabbat. And all of a sudden, we ain't bros no more. Like, all of a sudden, because we have a simple dispute, a disagreement, not even dispute, but just disagree on how something is to be observed. Now I just cut you to the, cut you off, and you ain't my brother no more. Like that's stupid. But when we talk about walking now, unifying houses, now we can't afford to treat each other like I'm just gonna cast you away, because now our children, right, are at stake. My daughter with your son, and the offspring that they produce, whether they are they're my grandchildren, and they're this man's grandchildren and this man's children. And so it behooves us to operate now as one body. Now, as we're operating as this one body, if somebody comes against you, they don't just come against you, now they come against us. And I am bound to stand by you, because we are one, and our grandchildren, or, you know, the children that produce it, are the literal living, breathing evidence of our bond. So the way that it would work is this man and or this man's father would have a conversation with me, and we would sit down and we would have a conversation or conversations about what this looks like. The vows that are made between this man and me, and they are responsible for carrying it out. Our forefathers, they had things like ketubas, where they would have, you know, write out the terms of this relationship, so to speak. But before ketubas existed, we had things like a jar, and the dirt from your land goes in this jar, and the dirt from my land goes in this jar. We shake this jar up, and I pour some in yours, and I keep some. And this thing is a reminder to me and to you that unless we can separate this dirt back, then that's how united we are. So this idea of a white dress wedding and all that, that's them. Wedding rings, that's them. That's not our culture. So when this man goes and sets up, prepares a place for my daughter, and then returns, well, now we have a celebration, and the celebration is about her being ready to go with him. I've done my job as protecting her purity, all that jazz. And now our families and whoever we invite to be a part of this celebration, we now celebrate, and she goes off with this man. And the intent is for her to never return to my house as anything other than now a guest, a welcomed guest, with her husband's blessing and grandchildren, etc. What am I advocating that my daughter go with a man down to the courthouse and sign some documents and now become union with the state? No, I don't advocate for that. Because it's not necessary. And the fights that our people have fought are often about, or were often about trying to integrate to be equal to and seen as equal to the very people that brought them into slavery. And I get it. You start out as a slave, your intent is I want to be as equal to this person as possible. But that is not the way of our forefathers. And so for me, I'm not going to advocate for them to go down and get a marriage license. This man will be vetted by me. And my daughter, and I have adult daughters, they already walk in agreement with me. They don't want to go out here and dating and all that BS, trying to figure it out. They trust the judgment of their father and their mother to, or their mothers, if you will, to procure their future for them. Just like Abraham sent Eleazar or Eleazar, and he finds Rebecca, and he goes and petitions Laban and the house of Bethuel for her, and all of that. Like, that's the way. And so our responsibility is to seek the ancient path, the ancient way, and walk that out. But I understand that there are plenty of people that will get married today or marry their daughters, and actually they will want them to go get a marriage license and stuff because of the legal protections and all that jazz. And if that's your prerogative, that's your prerogative. But I'm not going to tell a man that he's in error if he chooses not to do that with his family, just like I'm not going to tell a man that he's in error if he chooses to do that. The only thing I'm going to say is, when you sign a contract with the state, you give the state stake in your marital situation, and whatever spiritual authority governs that state now governs your situation, regardless of what you say. Oh, I only serve Yah. Yeah, I get it. I hear you. You just need to understand that whatever governing authority governs that state, you've now entered into a contract with them. And that contract is a vow. Prior to the awakening, it is what it is. Post the awakening, that's on you. You can't say you didn't know. And so if you choose to do that, more power to you. But if you choose not to, more power to you. But this is all why it's important for us to build communities. And how does the scripture say? Know them that labor among you, so that you can make wise decisions about who we join in allegiance to. So if some man approaches my daughter and is kind of trying to get in her ear, I recognize this man is a thief and a robber because he didn't go through the door. You got to come knock at the door. That's me, if you want my daughter. And what I will say is, as I said on the other panel, I didn't just snatch up my first wife back when we were 18. I went to her father, and her father gave me permission. My second, almost 20 years later, I didn't just snatch her up and woo her. And I went to her mother, her stepfather, and her older brother, who was operating in place of their father. And because her father was dealing with a sickness at the time. So I followed the protocol, and they agreed to allow her to come under my jurisdictional authority. So, when I look at it from a biblical perspective, that's what it is for me. Now, for those that are, I don't know how you say pro-poly, you know, or have questions about it, you know, there are other aspects that, you know, make sense. Like right now, people are having a hard time financially. So now we got people living on, you know, damn near living on the streets. Well, if you only make $40,000 a year, and that ain't a lot, and you're married to a woman and she makes the same as you, she only makes 40,000, but together y'all make 80. And then you take on a third and she makes 40, well, you are now a six-figure income home. Where it comes to the issue of marriage from a legal perspective, I appreciate the article that you read, and you read it all the way through, and I listened. The issue is how we, from a biblical perspective, are defining marriage. It is not the same as how the state is defining marriage. The state is defining marriage from the aspect of obtaining a marriage license. She's obtaining a marriage license, and now we stand before some entity represented by the state, and then boom, now we're married. And now I go and I take this woman and I go get a marriage license, and like that's illegal. But if the aspect of somebody taking somebody into their house was the construct of how the state views marriage, then all these.
Uh-oh, you froze, Ach. You froze. You was cooking. Oh, come back on. Let me write this. You froze. Ach Yahu'el's in the matrix right now. You froze. Oh. Whoops. I spelled froze from. You froze. Adon. Yeah, come back on. Yeah, that was straight fire. Ach Yahu'el is speaking from experience, and I really appreciate that he brought his perspective into tonight's conversation. This is an objective platform. You know me, family. You know that I like to hear different perspectives from our community. Oh, yeah, you got it, Ach. You got it.
I mean, essentially, that was it as far as. But I'm here to answer, you know, any type of questions that you have. What I will say, I'll say this, right? People who use the idea of polygyny to promote sexual perversion, like threesomes, like stuff like that, that's not biblical. That's not honorific of the Most High Yah, and you can't walk that way and proclaim to be an ambassador or accurate reflection of him for some of the very reasons that you talked about, like on some of the last points you were making as it pertains to like potentiality for like sexual issues with sexual reproductive organs, like urinary tract infections, sexually transmitted infections, stuff like that. Now, if you are operating and according to the Torah instruction on, you know, when you are, you know, emitting seminal fluid, and then like you gotta remain your period of separation, if you will, and then the next day that's a different dynamic. So as long as people are doing it according to the instruction, but I will tell you that the biggest issue that people run into is character, not polygyny in and of itself.
Wow, for that, you know what time it is, family. Sound the ghetto shofar. Straight fire. And I mean that, Ach Yahu'el, because you're speaking from experience, and I like the energy that you have. You are filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, and and I appreciate you for coming on this platform. I don't know where you're located, but I'm out here in California. I'm in Stockton, unfortunately. I'm trying to get out of here, but this city's called Stockton. Once you're here, you get stuck. I'm in this valley. It's really like a hole. It's hard to get out. It's
I used to live in Cali. I lived in
8:41 p.m. my time.
Air Force Base.
Repeat that. Say that.
I said I used to live in California many, many moons ago. I lived in at Travis Air Force Base when I was in the military.
That's not far from Stockton. And fam, you served in the military. Thank you for your service. Thank you. All praises to Yah. Now, I like this because this platform right here, we're objective. The chat, they know me. They deal with my crazy self all the time. I like to give different perspectives that you won't hear from your camp chief officer or your chief priest from the camp. I'm not a camper. I'm not a one Wester. I'm all about peace, love, and unity. Now, I'm considered, I guess we're labeled moderates. I guess that's what they'll label me as, one of the good old Israelites. But like, we welcome objectivity. I like to have these topics that, they're kind of like barbecue debates. We sit around the barbecue, what I'm saying? We got the grill, we're debating who's better, Jordan and LeBron, the Golden State Warriors or the 96 Bulls. The team, the Golden State Warriors, when they won all those games, 71 games and whatnot, against the 96 Bulls that won 69 wins or something like that. I'm trying to say. But like, to me, these are like, good campfire barbecue debates that we can have. But tonight, this actually does have importance because, it's about our community. It's about our people. This topic tonight is, it's beyond you and me, Adon. And no way tonight am I trying to debate you. I'm not trying to come sideways. I tell people this all the time. I'm not a master debater. And I look around this so-called awakening. To me, it's the awakening. There's too many master debaters. It ain't my thing. Shout out to marriage. I'm not a master debater. But you got so many people that want to be famous on YouTube. They want to make a name for themselves. And they want to just be right in order to debunk their opponent. But I don't see you as an opponent. I see you as a descendant of Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov. I see you as a descendant of Israel. So I'm not trying to come at you sideways or even debate you. To me, this is a discussion. This is a template on how two mores, two teachers in the awakening, we can have a conversation. We can provide different perspectives peacefully. We can have a conversation with shalom. We don't have to agree on everything, but we can at least arrive to some common ground. And I did a video on polygyny, like when I first started on YouTube, like in my first year. And I actually gave the pros for polygyny and the cons for polygyny. And I was giving it from more of a objective position. But tonight, I'm obviously biased tonight. I'm absolutely subjective tonight. And I've held those feelings for a long time. It was in the beginning, I just wanted to be, kumbaya with everybody, even though that's a beautiful song. It's part of our awakening. Kumbaya, it's part of our heritage. But even with that said, I'm making the point that I was trying to be cool with everybody. But I think it's okay where we can stand on a position and we can defend it and we can even welcome disagreement. And the fact that we can have this conversation, it shows that we are grown men, and it also shows that we love Yah. So no way am I trying to debate you or set you up or even try to, got you, set you up with a moment where I'm trying to correct you through scripture. We're going back and forth through the scripture. We're conflating scripture. We're doing point for point. They're doing what these Israelites like to say all the time. What they like to say. What's the line for line? What's that? Blase for blase? Precept upon precept, line upon line, when honestly, that's not what that means. It doesn't mean jump around the Bible like House of Pain. That's not what it means. Just to prove an angry point, just to prove that you're right. I don't like to do that. And honestly, that, line for line, precept for precept, it's a mockery term. It's a mockery term. It's not what we think it is. It doesn't mean jump around the Bible and prove that I'm right. It's a mockery term to Yisrael. I did a lesson on that. So I like to be strategic on what cross references I'm using tonight, but I'm not going to try to cut you with the scripture. You got too many master debaters out there. It ain't my thing. But I am aware that there are advantages to polygyny. There's pros and cons. And I'm glad that we're able to give our position tonight. And, it's all love. It's all good. Now, I also want to ask you this question, though. This just for like, kicks and giggles. I got to ask you this. Do you follow the Talmud?
Not in any capacity.
The reason why I ask is you reference Eleazar as the servant to Avraham. Aki, I love you. I mean it. But that's from oral tradition. That's from the Talmud. That's not in the Torah. I just wanted to share that with y'all. I just want to share with you that Eleazar, that's from Talmudic teachings. It's from oral tradition. It's, the servant of Abraham is not mentioned. I just wanted to kind of bring that out.
What's his name?
His name is not mentioned. It's like the servant of Abraham. And the reason, and also too, like, see, I follow the parasha. Are you familiar with parashas? Are you familiar with Sidras, parashot? Okay, well, this week's parasha that just passed, well, depending on what calendar you follow, but and I'm aware of multiple calendars, but Chaye Sarah just passed. So that's the Torah parasha, the Torah portion. I don't like speaking over people. Parasha just means portion, and included in that portion in Chaye Sarah, which means the life of Sarah, is the story of Rebecca, and Yitzchak, Isaac, and it covers that story. So, like, yeah, we just went over that Sidra, and but yeah, his name is not actually mentioned. But yeah, I was kind of wanted to throw that out there. No, I hear like a lot of Israelites say Eleazar, but I'm like, that's from the Talmud, and I ain't gonna lie, I'll be honest with you. I follow a degree of Talmud. I don't follow it. It's not authoritative, but there's some gems in the Talmud, absolutely. And I think one of the gems in the Talmud is fasting on Yom Kippur. A lot of Israelites don't know we're actually following Talmud when we fast on Yom Kippur because it doesn't say that in the Torah. Just a little observation. But what you say about that? It's a little off topic, but what you say?
Well, I looked to Bereshit or Genesis chapter 15, and it acknowledges in verse 2 this entity. I think that people lean toward as understanding this servant of Abraham to be. So if you don't mind, can you expound on that? Genesis 15, like 1 and 2.
Is that I'm trying to think on top of let me see. Let me pull it. Yeah, you want me to put it up on screen, or you want me to share the screen? Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and share the screen. Like I said, no way am I trying to debate you. We're just bringing out perspectives. Because to me, a debate, it has to have order. You got to have rounds. You have to have a moderator. You got to have an audience. You got to have rules to it. And like, I think a lot of Israelites are just thirsty for debates. And to me, it has to be worth it. But yeah. I know what you're alluding to. So let me go ahead and bring that on screen. You're going to Genesis 15, which is an earlier mention, which is beautiful. Let me go ahead and share that on screen. There is like a methodology of the first mention. I don't know what you think of that. I know they teach that in like Bible school and stuff like that. They teach that in seminary. Yep, shots fired. But yeah, let me go ahead and share on screen. The scripture says in Genesis 15, Avram promised a son, and these things the word of Yahuwah came unto Avram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Avram, I am thy shield, and thy exceeding great reward. And Avram said, Yahuwah Elohim, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eleazar of Damascus. And Avram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir. So like, with me too, I like to like read beyond just one or two scriptures, because I think like a lot of Israelites, they just point out one scripture for proof text to prove their point. But yes, it does mention right here. And the steward of my house is this Eleazar of Damascus. It says that, absolutely. So I definitely see the inference, the conclusion that can be drawn out that this individual is Eleazar. I guess the point that I'm leaning to is that, like, when you go through Genesis, I believe it's Genesis 24, if I'm correct. But like when you go through the actual portion of the actual message, it just says the servant of Abraham. So like it's not actually mentioned. So that's why it's like I see the inference, but you're right to every inference. But what I'm saying is that when you look in the Talmud, they say it's Eleazar, not as an inference, but as a explicit fact. So that's all. I'm a Dorkosaurus, as you can tell. I'm very dorky, And this is a sidebar, but I guess what the point that I'm trying to bring out is that Israelites do follow Talmud to a certain degree, and they don't even realize it. But yeah. So what you say about this passage?
All right. So when we jump to chapter 24, it reads on the wise, and I'm looking at I can't see what version you're using. I'll look at King James. That's fine. I have no problem using that. It says, and Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and Yahuwah had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house that ruled over all that he had, put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, and I will make thee swear by Yahuwah, the Eloah of the heavens, and the Eloah of the earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I dwell. So my thing is, the whole concept was that prior to the Most High intervening, Abraham's perspective was that he would take this particular servant, his eldest, his trusted, to be his actual heir. And so when we move forward to chapter 24, when he's sending someone to procure a wife for his son, I think for some conclusion would be that this would be Eleazar, and that's kind of how that comes about, aside from the Talmud. But I stand to be corrected, and it could have been somebody completely different, and that would just be, the assumption. But following
I love that. I appreciate you say that, because you're objective like me. I know, just speaking to you, like I can tell you're welcome to hear other perspectives and maybe even change it. And no, I'm not trying to change your perspective, but I'm like, hey, since we're on topic, we can have actually a little fun on this and kind of get a little technical, because I'm a dork, man. I like to ask questions. Like when I read the Torah, like when I go over the parasha, I just can't help to have questions. Like I have more questions than actual answers. I feel like, I'm going to say this might be a cuss word, but I'm going to say it. The more I read the Torah, the more I feel like a dumbass, because the more that I thought I knew, I actually do not know. And I know, as a former Christian, I thought I had everything. I thought I had the doctrine on lock. I was a former Trinitarian. I'm like, okay, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, you feel me? Jesus died for everybody's sin. So I had all these preconceived notions, all these things that were taught, to the point where, I taught it to the people, on the pulpit. I was a licensed minister in Christianity. I was baptized at the age of 13. I was born again. I was baptized. I did Christian rap at 14. I taught my first Bible study at 14. Also, I gave my first sermon at 15 at a church in God of Christ Church in East Oakland. So those are beautiful things. And I love that, because it's a part of my awakening. I don't take anything back or regret the things that I learned in Christianity. As a matter of fact, I actually brought some of that Christianity into the awakening in regards to being excited for the Ruach. I feel like a lot of Israelites are not excited. They lost their smile. Like they boosty, they dry. Like, where your energy? Where your excitement for the Most High? So like me, that's my mission. Like, on Fridays, like when I teach and preach, I like to rely on the Ruach to be excited and to be pumped up and to be thankful for life and for abundance from Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah our God. So I think it's beautiful that we can actually have a sidebar conversation that wasn't even off topic, but that we could kind of like discuss that. And I got to ask you, so like as a Moray, where do you guys have like a fellowship or anything like that? I was just curious.
I connect with a bunch of brothers. We don't necessarily come together in fellowship like every Shabbat, but we get together definitely for special days that we see kind of outlined in the book, obviously. So, and then stuff in between. But because we're slightly spread out, it's not too bad of a drive on the east side, on the East Coast. yeah, we get together and do the something. But my family, we get together. We worship every Shabbat. I have a family of musicians, so I have a daughter that plays bass, another one that plays guitar. I play keys. My whole family sings. I got another daughter that plays drums. So, I mean, we get together and we jam out. We sing a lot of scripture songs, like straight from the text. Actually, that's pretty much all we do. Is sing songs straight from the script. And then this helps reinforce what the book says. And we know that music is an amazing tool to infuse our children, our families, us with information, whether they want to or not, retain the information. So, man, it's been a great thing.
All praises. That's beautiful. I got to ask you, what state do you reside in?
I'm about the Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama area, down that way.
All right, sure. Okay, so I imagine it's probably 2 hours ahead of me. I'm gonna guess 1057 where you located in that. I don't know what you call that. Midwest? Is that considered Midwest or South? It's considered the South. This is the South, but yeah. So you're about 2 hours ahead of me. Okay, so yeah.
But hey, I got. So what? Like I said, if you got questions, brother, if I can answer it, I'm gonna answer.
Yes. So you already answered the question I had on screen. I just want to get a confirmation just right here. So if your daughter married a polygynous husband, would you go to that wedding? And you would say, just in one word, Cain or Lo?
Yeah, the ceremony would be on my property because I'm giving her to him from here. So unless we make some other arrangements, but I think that's important. That's important for to get out of this whole Western mindset of what a wedding is supposed to entail or look like. Like when you leave my house, like let that be when you an understanding that, hey, I am now leaving my father's house as an ambassador, holding everything that he has taught me about our culture, and now and my mother, like the things that she's imparted into me, and now I'm going to reflect that with a man, and he might be monogamous and he might be polygynous. I'm not against either one. What I am all about is honesty and character, and if we can have those things, then we can have a conversation.
Absolutely. I'm thankful that you're willing to answer some questions. I have a few questions, and it's not interrogation and like that. Ain't no weirdness. I guess you would say yeah to this one, right? Respectfully, you would say yeah, and you've already elaborated and why you expounded beautifully. Okay, so my next question is what's your interpretation on Exodus 21:10? I'll go ahead and pull it up on screen. You can go ahead and give your midrash on Exodus 21:10. Your midrash is a fancy word for your investigation. It actually comes from the root word darash, which means to investigate. That's all it is. This is like you're bringing out your explanation of the text. So I'd like for you to give your midrash, not to be confused with midrash, and that's what happens when you have unprotected, dirty sex. Don't get midrash. A lot of our people got midrash, but I like. Thank you. I'll be here all day. I'm a goofball. But yeah. We give a midrash. I like to hear your midrash, not to be confused with the world's midrash. Now, Exodus 21:10. I like for you to give your exegesis on this. Okay. If he take him another wife, and by the way, let me preface this. I'm only using the King James for the audience. I'm gonna go because I get triggered. Like the King James got problems. The 1611 got problems. I prefer the Hebrew Bible. I prefer the actual Ivrit, the Hebrew. But I get it. I got a lot of complaints from our people. Please read the King James. Read the King James. So I was like, okay, I'll read the King James. So it only gives me an opportunity to correct the King James because the King James is really the King James. The King James is Michael Jordan right now. So with that said, if he take him another wife, her food, her raiments, and her duty of marriage, shall he not diminish.
Yes.
And if he does not these three unto her, then she shall go out free without money. Yeah, please give your midrash on Exodus 21:10 and 11. You got it,
Okay.
Jaydon.
All right, here we go. So what this is a judgment. When we look at Shemot 21, starting with verse 1, it literally says, now these are the judgments, all right, which thou shalt set before them. So this is not the prescription, if you will. This is something to look at. Like, this is something that now holds you accountable for how you are to conduct yourself. It's not something where there's wiggle room and you can manipulate. And so now we have to look into the context of what this judgment is about. In verse 2, it says, if you buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing, right? So now a male has come into your space and has agreed to work for you for 6 years, and in the 7th you release him. And when he's released from service, I mean, he goes on his way. Now keep in mind, what he has essentially acquired things while in service for you, whether it's some type of financial gain, or even if he has acquired a particular skill or skills. When he leaves, he's not necessarily leaving empty-handed in that respect, because now when he goes from you, he can now take what he's learned when he was with you and apply that to his life, and then be able to elevate himself as a man. Okay. Verse 3 says, if he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. So if he came in with the wife, then he can go out with that wife that he came in with. And which is a beautiful picture of someone not being able to take advantage of someone as it pertains to, you've now become my servant, your wife becomes my property. I can do whatever I want to do with your wife because she's my property. It doesn't work that way. If he came in with a wife, you have to respect her as his wife, belonging to him, even as a servant. It's important. Verse 4 says, if his master has given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. Oh, now this gets a little interesting, because now we're making the distinction of who is in authority to who, or in subjection to who. She, and anything that she produces belongs to the master, or the person that they have come under some subjection about. If the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door, or unto the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. Okay, why? Because now this man is permanently attaching himself to this woman and the children that they produce. I guess that completely takes divorce off the table now, doesn't it? Now it says, if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant or handmaid, she shall not go out as men servants do. Now, we read before how the men servants go out. They go out basically free to go on their own to establish themselves as men in Israel, or go back to their country or whatever. it says, if she please not her master, whom hath betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. Meaning her people can, whatever that price that was previously set, they can buy her back. They can, and it's interesting because it doesn't even specifically speak of her as just a servant. It says, if she please not her master, who hath betrothed her to himself. So we see that the circumstances are different. The circumstances are that this man has assumed responsibility of this young lady with the expectation that she is going to become his wife. Now, her father or whatever back in that day may have made this arrangement to, because the man would have to pay a bride price. And so paying that bride price might cover a debt or something like that. However they negotiated that is between them. And this is where this whole redemption comes back into play. Because if the man is like, I don't like this. Maybe she's too young. And he thought about it and is like, I just don't feel comfortable with this. The age gap or I see how you move as a man, and I don't want to be in a league with you, right? Her family can bring that bride price right on back and redeem her, buy her back to her family. It says, to sell her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power, seeing he had dealt deceitfully with her. And the deceitfulness is the expectation that she would be a type of wife to this man. And now he has changed his mind. Verse number 9 says, and if he hath betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. So if he brought her in and with the expectation of betrothing her to his son, and this don't work out, that's fine. But he can't send her out like the men servants. He has to entreat her like a daughter. What does that mean? Well, the way women of old operated is they always operated under a type of covering. A young girl grew up in her father's house and remained in her father's house until her father had given her to a man as a wife or a type of servant. And the expectation was that she would remain and build this man's house unless she got divorced. And if he wind up divorcing her, she could be somebody else's wife, or she could return to her father's house. If she was widowed, she could remain under the name of that man that she may have venerated and honored and revered, especially if she had a son by him, that she could raise him up in his father's name, and he could take over the property, etc. But he couldn't just get rid of this girl. He would now have to, the only way of sending her out is betrothing her like a daughter to someone else. It says, and if he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage are not diminished, meaning that he can't now put her away of some type and treat her like she doesn't exist. He is responsible for taking care of her, covering her, ensuring that she has nourishment and her duty of marriage. Now, you can click on it. It's going to talk about conjugal rights and stuff, but when you look at what the institution of sex was for, the institution of sex was about procreation. He didn't say in the book of Genesis chapter 1 to go and just have as much sex as you want to across the earth. The whole intent was about increasing population. So the purpose of sex is procreation. Now we can get into the weeds of, and the blessing of it is recreation, but that's a different dynamic. So the idea is that if he is having relations with this woman, she at some point is going to produce a son who can then, when he is gone, take care of her. And not in any type of sexual stuff, but carrying on a father's legacy in his name, honoring his father and his mother. And if he do not these three unto her, then she can go out free, but without money. Meaning, this type of divorce can happen, and she be cut off or separated from him, without securing that the expectation of the above. She can go and start her life, be someone's wife, go back to her father's house. What you got?
Beautiful. That was a great breakdown. I love that you started from verse 1. You got something that is missing in our community, which is context. I appreciate that. Yes, context. A lot of brews just skip around the Bible, like we said. It's just, house of pain, just conflate scriptures. It's actually insane. It's actually embarrassing. But I saw your methodology. You started from context. Like I said, I just have questions tonight. Not a debate, not a sideways angle or anything like that, which I see a lot of that community too.
Let me throw one more thing in there real quick.
Absolutely.
So if this is the standard for someone who comes in your house as a servant, how much more a wife? You can't do less for your wife than what the expectation would be at bare minimum for someone who's come into your house as a servant and elevated her way up. Yielding to you.
Beautiful. I love that you read using context. Now, I have a follow-up question. So with Exodus 21:10 and 11, you mentioned, yes, there's different interpretations on this. We'll go to Bibles. We'll get some other translations. We'll go to NLT. Am I in the right place? Yeah, right here. NLT says, if you marry another woman, NLT actually says, if a man has married a slave wife, takes another wife for himself, he must not neglect the rights of the first wife of food, clothing, and sexual intimacy. That's a thought-for-thought translation. NIV, which is another thought-for-thought translation. If he marries another woman, he must not deprive the first one of her food, clothing, and marital rights. If he take another wife to himself, he shall not diminish her food, her clothing, or her marital rights. And you mentioned conjugal rights. We see that in the NASB 20, in the NASB 95. So yes, we have some different readings. Even there's a footnote. We'll go to 20. It says her literally flesh, reduce her food. It says flesh. So yeah. I mean, there's different readings on how we can interpret that. We could also look into the Hebrew as well. But yeah, so like my question for you, Adon, is Exodus 21:10 and 11. How can we enforce justice for polygynous wives? How can we enforce their marital rights? How can we enforce their rights under polygynous marriages today?
Okay, well, the only way I would use Exodus 21 in relation to that would be like what I was saying at the very end. Like if this is the standard for someone who comes in as a servant, you can't do less for your wife than this woman, right? And it goes back to, let me ask, let me say this, right? So a man marries a woman in a monogamous situation, and he is mean as hell to her. Can she call the cops on him? Sure. What, is he going to go to jail for being mean? Nah. It just sucks that that's a character issue. If she goes to church, she could take it to her pastor. Her pastor can talk to her husband about being mean. but he is not obligated to stop being mean. They can manipulate and twist and this and that. And his attitude may be, I'm not mean, I'm just very direct. And when you talk to him, you might be like, nah, he's kind of direct. But he's not wrong. He's just mean. You now take this man out of this monogamous situation and you put him in a polygynous household, and now the same man with the same temperament, the same attitude is now heightened because it's polygyny and it's not monogamy. If we're talking about the idea of abuse, I mean, brother, we could be walking down the streets of Sacramento or Stockton. I could clock you, and somebody who sees it calling it. Well, no, they're not. They're going to pull out a video camera and they're going to record it. But somebody else that's older than us is going to call the police, right? Because this man assaulted this man and put hands on him. It doesn't matter what your dynamic is, whether you are in a monogamous situation, whether you are, how do they say today, boyfriend and girlfriend, whether you are engaged, whether it's your mama, your daddy. If you hit somebody else as an adult, you are liable to the law for assault, and it doesn't matter what the circumstances are. If a man is with the, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I like to interject. So like with this verse, right, 10 and 11, like, I guess what I'm saying is, like, in today, in the land of our captivity, which is super comfortable, I ain't gonna lie, it's comfy. I mean, it was comfy for our ancestors in Babylon because they took the middle class and the upper class Israelites. They left the poor folk in the land. If you was a poor Israelite, they left you. You can be in, they didn't take everybody. They took nobles and blase. They took the upper echelon of Israelites to the point where they integrated into society, and they didn't want to come back to the land. When it was time to return, they didn't want to come back. They was cushy in Babylon, and I ain't gonna lie, it's pretty cushy in Babylon. Today's modern Babylon, or whatever you want to call it, modern Egypt, modern Babylon. It's pretty comfy. You feel me? I like this. I mean, we got Wi-Fi, we got technology. We got clean water, we got running water, we got electricity. Let's go. We got a lot, fam. So like my question is, like, in today's land of captivity, like, how can we make sure, because from my position, like, the Torah is our constitution, but in order to bring out the constitution, we need a governing body. We need a judicial system. We need, as it says in this portion, mishpatim. We need shoftim. We need judges. So like we need shoftim, we need judges. So what I'm saying is, like, how can we enforce this without judges and officials in today's land that they don't even recognize the marriage, because that's the land of our captivity's laws. They don't recognize it or even protect the women. So like, I guess the heart of what I'm asking is, how can we as Israelites, how can we enforce that women in polygynous marriages are protected? Like, how can we make our Torah law, how can we make that official in regards to enforcing and executing the law? Because when you break the law, when you break those marital rights, and depending on the extent of how much you violated the polygynous wife, you got to pay more than just let her go. You got to do more than that. And I'll follow up on what I'm saying. But my quick question for you is, like, how today, as Israelites in the land of our captivity, how can we make sure that our women are protected in these marriages?
That's a great question. And so that goes back to when I was explaining to you about my daughter. If I were, or when the time comes for them to give, or for me to give them away in marriage, it's all about community, right? And so even amongst the tribes in Israel, there wasn't like just one judge. The way that it was set up, I mean, it was with Moshe, and Reuel came through, his father-in-law Jethro came through and said, it's not good that you carry all this weight on you by yourself. You like establish a
He said,
judicial
what you
system.
doing to the people? He said, what you doing to the people? He didn't even say, hey, what you doing to yourself? I mean, Moshe was wearing himself out. But
Yeah.
he said, Jethro, he said, what you doing to the people? But go ahead. I just wanted to get that off. Go.
Yeah. So in essence, the structural law comes about in two facets. One, community. And how we are all separated, etc. We have to put ourselves in subjection to each other. That means establishing elders and respecting what they say. And if they say, hey, no, I don't do this, do that, I don't run away just because I disagree. I yield to the elder because he's the elder. And that's what it is. And I trust that this elder that I'm submitting myself to has the Ruach HaKodesh and is submitted to Abba Yah, and that even if he's conveying it in a way I do not like, that he is still being used. And I am not driven by my emotions to react to how he's saying it, but I'm yielding to what he's saying. Number one. And number two is, if I have now joined league with this man and have given my daughter into that family, the way that the relationship should be set up is, let's say me and you. Let's say I gave my daughter to you, right? And now
this is different theory because I'm married, and I'm married to an Israelite woman, a black woman, a strong and powerful, and my better half. To me,
right,
being married to my wife, it's like I'm in a polygynous marriage. Talk to me. My wife, she switched up her look. Man, when she put on that red wig, talk to me. When she wear the braids, when she rock the natural, talk to me. It's like I'm dating multiple women. So
I got
sidebar after that sidebar. And, so one wife, it's a lot to handle. It's a lot. And I love it. And she's my better half. She is my chokmah. She is my chokmah. She's my wisdom personified. Without her, I don't have a clue. But this is definitely theoretic. So I want to preface that. Ladies, I'm single. I am not single, and I am not a polygynous.
I'm off the market.
I am one wife, one life. Because my wife will give me a black eye, and you will see a black eye on my light skinned ass. So I ain't trying that. If she's in the room or not in the room.
Right.
Ladies, I'm thinking. Maybe let's use somebody else. Let's use Double T. This is my Ach right here. Let's use Double. No, he's married too. Let's use I love Uncle because he agreed with you. Uncle J.E., he agreed with you for real. Like, he's an elder too. He's our elder. So let's say you gave your wife to Uncle J.E.
So I've given a daughter to Uncle J.E. Okay. And now Uncle J.E. and I, remember, before this comes to happen, this union, my man and me, we got to get to know each other. Right? We have to ensure that how we move is in alignment and in agreement. And so when I've given my daughter to him, it's because I have built a relationship where I love this man, Uncle J.E., and Uncle J.E. love me. And so watch this. Uncle J.E. ain't going to treat my daughter any kind of way. He going to think twice before he ever lay a hand on her, right? Or even speak crazy to her, because Uncle J.E. don't want to mess up his relationship with me. Remember, if somebody comes out against Uncle J.E., I am now obligated to stand with Uncle J.E. And now it ain't just Uncle J.E., it's Uncle J.E. and me. So marriage then becomes more than just you taking a woman, y'all building this life. It's you took my daughter, and now my daughter has been given to you, and now we are in a league with one another. And because I have love for you, you have love for me, you're not going to put your hands on my daughter because you're going to have to see me. You see what I'm saying? So you're now inclined to not be violent, not be abusive, not talk crazy, because me and you love each other. We are a Akkad, we're one. And now we are establishing this clan that will become a tribe. We can't afford to now be at war with each other because of how you treated my daughter. And so if we go back to the foundational aspect of building families, communities, etc., this is how you do it. You do it through building families. You don't have to do it through polygyny, but you do it through building families. And that's how y'all become one.
Powerful. Hey, you bringing answers. You're bringing alternatives on for those who support polygyny. Those who are interested, you can carry it out. From my understanding, there has to be a covenant between father to father. There has to be a covenant between you, Adon, More, Ach Yahu'el, and Zaken, Uncle J.E. And subscribe to Uncle J.E.'s channel too. He makes content. He makes great content. He's saying in the chat, he's saying on screen, love the conversation. And we have our disagreements, but it's all love. I love the elder. And so I get understanding to your agreement that there has to be a covenant. There has to be like an oath. There has to be like a bond. I mean, in modern terms, word is bond. Wow. Word is bond. So like,
and you are bound to the Most High.
Oh, you come back in. You froze. Out. Let me put that on screen. You froze. He's in the matrix. But just come back in. But I like to say, yeah, just getting understanding. There has to be like a brother bond. There has to be a treaty. There has to be a union between father and father. And to me, that leads to more questions. And I know it's getting late, family. This is probably, we might set a record tonight. I don't know how long Ach Yahu'el wants to be on the panel, but I'm enjoying this conversation. I ain't got nothing to do because tomorrow is Wednesday. I ain't got no job and I ain't got stuff to do. In other words, I got laid off. Yeah. I'm loving this conversation. So yeah. So let me just get this clarity. Okay, so there has to be like some bond. Oh, and I'm gonna be a little tongue in cheek here. I'm gonna just let that. I'm just gonna say this now out of respect, but because I'm loving this dialogue, I even feel comfortable to even take this chance. So you mean there has to be like this word is bond, as we say today. There has to be this covenant, this treaty, because a covenant is deeper than a contract. A contract is kind of a Western mindset, but a covenant is done through blood, and technically it's done through cutting. You karat a covenant. You karat habaritz. You cut the covenant. You cut a covenant with family, with your wife, with Yahuwah, just like how Abraham cut a covenant with Yahuwah, and it requires blood, and that blood it symbolizes your life and their life. It's a deep matter of fact. Me and you, before we was in the awakening, while we was eating pork chops and hog maws and chitlins, we were in covenant with Yah. Before we even knew it. If we look at Deuteronomy, we were in covenant before we even knew it. So let me go ahead and say this. A lot of preferencing. I know I'm a yapper, bro. I'm long-winded. But so like
straight. I just every time that revelation comes, I'm so embarrassed that I can fix my mouth to say I liked pork or Father, forgive us.
Big fact. Now, I was want to say this. Well, that was a long laugh. I should have chose the quicker one. But like, so there has to be like some type of covenant between brother to brother, father to father, maybe even an oath. Now, I'm gonna take a chance. Now, would you go out of your way and swear an oath and touch his thigh and make this oath and make this official, or is there another way maybe we can make this covenant official? How would we make this covenant official? Would you touch his thigh? He touch your thigh and. Hey, I'm down by the law. I'm down. Hey, we ride or die. Like, how would you get jumped in? Like, how do you do it? Blood in, blood out? Talk to me.
It's so that's the beauty of making covenants, right? Or the things that we do to symbolize the covenant being made, the vow, the oath being made. And so, like one example that I gave was, I got a jar, you got a jar. In that jar is dirt from my land, and in your jar is dirt from your land. And I take that and put it, and the vow is, if we can separate the grains of dirt from each jar, if we can't, then let our families be like this. You see what I'm saying? And so the blood covenant
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Sure. The blood covenant.
The blood covenant is being established between my daughter and this son, or my daughter and this man, because they're walking in their virginity. And so that's the blood that is shed, that for the covenant of the union.
And that was beautiful, and I agree. Cain, Khan, Shaka Khan, however you say it. I say Cain, but whatever.
Cain.
Cain, Khan, Shaka Khan, both. Now, yes, that's a covenant between husband and wife. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, how can you make that covenant with the father, with your brother-in-law, because we are in the land of our captivity. They don't recognize polygyny. So like, how can we make sure like we actually riding like the Bloods and Crips? We making sure we got each other's back. Now I know that was some of our lives before the awakening, but I'm just saying, like, how can we make sure you ain't gonna cat off on me? How are we gonna make sure we're gonna enforce protection and the rights to our daughters in today? Like, what kind of covenant are we gonna make as brothers? I guess that's what I'm saying. That's kind of like the heart of my question.
So that's between the men to figure out, and that's the beauty. That's what I was saying. That's the beauty of the Torah. We see it happening so many different ways. It could be, I don't have a problem if my man was like, yo, hand on the thigh, that's what it is. But it's not my responsibility to hold you accountable to your word. It's your responsibility to keep your word. It's my responsibility to keep my word. And so that's the creme de la creme of the situation, is that I'm trusting you to keep your word. And if you don't, there are curses that come upon you for violating your vow, your oath. And that's it.
Hey, there it is, family. Ach Yahu'el is giving answers on how you can live out and carry this out. And I love that we can have this dialogue, because this is a sensitive topic. I ain't gonna lie, my heart is for our women, for the daughters of Zion, because like you said, polygyny is not for everybody. Now it's for some folks. I mean, hey, I mean, there's some women out there. I mean, hey, it can benefit. So I know that it's not against Torah. Like, I never said it's against Torah. I mean, the Torah gives it gives reasoning, and it gives consequences and repercussions as well. And I guess what I'm saying is, there has to be like a governing body. And from what I gather, it's through brother to brother. It's through elder to elder within the community. We just got to make sure their word is bond, though. And like you said, there's curses that come with it. But me just thinking on another, like, I got another question. Okay, so like, if he break his word, like, who gonna make sure he gonna keep his word here on earth? Like,
that's what I'm
because
saying.
he can switch up. He can just switch up and be like, nah, I'm a switch, like there has to be like another person that's gonna keep him in check. That way he don't get out of line. Like, so like, just be like, okay, well, it's just the curses. Yeah, but like, how can we instill that fear, from our other brothers to make sure that we're doing the right thing?
I don't want to instill fear. I want to instill love. Perfect love casts out all fear. So that's what I'm saying. If my relationship with you is built on love, or Uncle J.E. is built on love, then Uncle J.E. is going to think 2 and 3 and 4 times hard. He more inclined to pick up the phone and call me and be like, yo, your daughter's tripping. Your daughter's tripping. Talk to your daughter. And I'm going to be like, hey, let me tell you what to do. This is what you do. Right? He's like, I've done everything. I bought her flowers. I took her out to eat, and nothing is working. I'm like, nah, don't do that. What you need to do is you need to go in a room, look at her, and be like, you were special to me. And whatever your issue is going to start resolving. And he goes and he does it. And he's like, how did you know that would work? And I'll say, because that worked for her mother. She's her mother's child, So this is the way that she was brought up. And this is how I know to resolve a situation. You see what I'm saying? So the relationship is built on love. The education of success is built on love. And we love the Torah, and we love our L. And so we're moving in a way. Now, it's even better if even if Uncle J.E. is all the way in California, if he got an elder, man, I'm linking him with my elder. And now these elders and us can now have this conversation and you know, et cetera, et cetera. And then we move in a ruach of unity between us. And like I said, you are less inclined to do. Plus, I've raised my daughters to be non-confrontational. They know how to communicate. They know how to express themselves. They know how to shut up. They know how to speak. They know how to love. You know what I'm saying? They have seen it work. They've been in a house where polygyny works. So if that were to be the case, boom, they know how to walk in a room and be like, sis, you was out of line. And if you expect your relationship with your ish to work, our ish to work, like you're going to need to do X, Y, and Z, or it's not going to work. And she could listen to the advice or she could not listen to the advice. But my daughters understand how to stay in their lane. Why? Because they grew up in a house of sisters, and this is how we have taught them to be amongst each other.
That's powerful. That's powerful. Okay, I'm gonna have maybe a few more questions. I know it's getting late. I mean, I love speaking to you. We got to do this again some other time because this is a powerful dialogue, and this just gives another perspective. That way, they don't just got to hear my spiel all night. They can hear your perspective because you actually live in this. You about this. You know about it, and you know the dangers that it can create. But you also, you know, aware of the advantages that it has as well. So yeah, I gather that happens.
I would never put my hand on them because I would never want to have to answer to my in-laws about what I said or did to their daughter.
Wow. Now, okay, so I'm gonna have like probably a couple more. All right, so all right, now when it comes to the law of the land, to America, all right, let's say there's a polygynous marriage, right? We'll use Uncle J.E. We're gonna pick on Uncle J.E. tonight. Since he's been disagreeing with me all night, he's been letting me have it. He's been rebutting me, correcting me. It's all love, you know. We go back and forth. Well, okay, let's say Uncle J.E. Let's say he's got multiple wives, right? Let's say he's got 2 wives, and he abandoned his second wife, and his second wife, he has a child with his second wife. So he has a child with his first wife, and he has a child with his second wife. See, he loves it. He loves it. We're talking she. So like, okay, so he has a child with his first wife and a child with his second wife. Now let's say his second wife leaves. Remember, they have a child. So what do you do in regards for the second wife, for her rights to be protected as a citizen of Torah and as a citizen of the United States of America? Do you report? And by the way, these are with your daughters. If you're okay, we use your daughters for example, right? Let's say Uncle J.E. is married. We'll just say both of your daughters, right? Oh no, we'll say your daughter's the second one. He has the first wife, and then his second wife is one of your daughters, right? Respectfully, theoretically speaking.
Yeah,
so
I got you.
Right. So let's say he abandons or sends out the second wife with her kid, with their kid, their kid. And what do you do as the father, you know, to his second wife? Do you report it to the government, the United States of America, or do you keep it within the brotherhood?
It's a great question. So when are you saying, let me get clarity. Are you saying that he sent her away, or are you saying she left on her own?
Let's say we'll take the Torah. We'll take Exodus 21:11 and 10 and 11. Let's say I'll go ahead and if he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage, she shall not diminish. Shall he not diminish? And if he do not these things, 3 unto her. If he doesn't do these things, Uncle J.E. is he neglects it. He neglects his wife and his children. By the way, we're going to add that caveat: his wife and his children. Then shall she go out free without money. And another translation for that sounds a little harsh.
That's a servant.
It says without any payment of money, without making any payment. Okay, it is what it is. So we'll use those two verses. So let's say we use that as an example.
A servant, though. This is a judgment relating to servants. Now we can say this is still a situation.
Like, would you say like that's the servant is his wife though, or you think this is like another? So I just want your clarification. Like, so is the second woman here his wife or a servant? Like, how would you classify it?
Okay, so I'm saying we can use the situation, but I wouldn't use Exodus 21 because my daughter wouldn't go into his house as a servant. She would have went into his house as a wife, not a handmaid, a wife, right? Because I'm not in debt like that where I would have to sell a daughter off or some craziness like that. So, and I wouldn't send my daughter into someone's home to grow up in, like, we don't live in, we're not there in our societal culture yet to be able to move like that. So if we'll say Uncle J.E. had 2 wives, my daughter is the second wife, and are you saying he sends her away, or are you just saying he just rolled out and abandoned them?
You know what? Thank you for the edification. Thanks for the clarification. We'll use I'm cool with any example. Any example, honestly. Any example, because to me, it doesn't really change what I'm going to ask next. Go ahead.
It matters because it's going to change my answer depending on if he abandons them, meaning he leaves them where he's at, he takes off, versus him sending her out.
All right. That's we'll use worst case scenario. What's the worst case scenario? How's that?
Worst case would be
for your wife, yeah. For your daughter in this situation.
Wow.
What's the worst case?
Worst case would be abandonment because you don't know what's happened. If he sends her out, I mean, you clearly understand what's happened. But if he abandons, you don't know if he's still alive, if he's like, what's going on? You know, so it's like, oh, he was mad at me and then he left, or he was mad at her and then he left, and I'm stuck here. I don't know what to do. What I would do is I would call his father. And I would be like, hey, my brother, what's going on? Here's the situation. How you want to move? How you want to handle this? Because it's your son, it's his wife, and that's his responsibility, his child. And so let's say his dad, you said worst case scenario. So we'll continue playing it out. And his dad was like, man, I don't care. I don't have nothing to do with that. That ain't me. That ain't my responsibility. He should have he should have knew what he was doing when he signed up for it. Don't call my phone, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
And that's what he said. That's what he said in the chat. He says, I abandoned them right there. So there you go. He's playing along with it.
All right. So, my responsibility is to, if he doesn't have somebody in his line that steps in, and not that he's having sex with my daughter and the other wife, but that, like, hey, I'm going to ensure that you all are safe, that you all have all the provisions that you need until my brother returns, till my cousin returns, until my uncle or my nephew or whatever returns. I'm going to make sure that y'all are good. If none of that is available.
So if he don't do all of that, are you going to like send out the homies to go get him, or to go looking for him? Or
no, I'm gonna do what the Torah tells me to do, which is if my neighbor's creature goes missing and I discover it, my responsibility is to take care of him until he returns. And this is literally playing out right now. We have a dog that just showed up on our property and has not left. You don't have a collar or none of that. And so we have a responsibility to look out for him until somebody claims him or until he takes off wherever he's going. But he's been here for like 2.5 weeks. He's responding to commands and all that. And we've asked our neighbors, like, who does this belong to? Don't nobody got an answer. So it's our responsibility, because he wandered up on our spot, to look out for him until. And in the same likeness, if my brother has lost his mind and abandoned his responsibilities, his vows, his oath, I'm not going to leave my daughter stranded. And let's say it's not my daughter. Let's say it's the other wife. I'm going to call her father. I'm going to be like, hey, your daughter is out here. Here's the situation. How you want to handle it? Because we are connected via this man. Our children are siblings. And I don't want my child stranded, just like I don't want your grandchild stranded. How you want to move? And if he don't have an answer, whatever, then I got to assume the responsibility until my man comes back and takes his responsibility seriously.
So you will hold it down in his absence.
I would have to, according to Torah law.
Beautiful, beautiful.
If I have to do that for an animal, my daughter or a human being has more value. Don't matter if she's my daughter or she's the other one.
Not if she lives in East Oakland. Not if he lives in East Oakland. A black man in East Oakland, a three-letter dog is more worth than a black man in East Oakland. I'm only saying this because my older brother was murdered in East Oakland. And my older brother was your complexion. So I'm speaking, I know what I'm talking about. So let me go ahead and share this out, though. This is for the audience. This is not for me and you, Moray, but this is for the audience right here. Because it says wife right here. Now, this is italicized, which means it doesn't say verbatim in Ivrit, in the Hebrew. It's implied that it means wife. And I agree with this translation. I would lean towards wife because it says in Ivrit, hallelujah, im acharetz yikwak lo sha'era katsula kasuta we o nata welo yigra. So it says, if he take him another, it says im acharetz, which means another. It's feminine adjective. Yikak, which means take, he took. Now, yikak is used, it comes from the root word lakwak, which means to take. And when you find that word lakwak throughout the Torah, it involves when you take a wife. When you see the word lakak, it means to take a wife. And we just click on that word, to take. This is for edification for the crowd. I'm not flexing reading the Hebrew. I'm just sharing that it has to do with taking a wife. And, the definition reads crazy, but there is context in regards to marry, to take a wife, as it says in the Hebrew. And we got to keep in mind right here, marry, take a wife. And this is the verb, lakwak or lakak, depending on how you want to say it, depending on how you want to flex it. And right here, this is in the Kal stem, which means it's a simple action. It's just a simple action, family. I mean, it's not an intensive action, so it's not by force, or it's not even implied that way. But it says, im acharetz yikwak lo sha'era kasuta we o nata lo yigra. So it says, if another, referring to a woman, he took, and remember, he took lakak in regards to with a woman, it's you take a wife. When you see lakwak attached to a woman, it deals with taking a wife, marrying a woman. So I agree with this translation. I actually agree with the King James in this situation. So let's work it out. Im, if, acheret, if another, referring to a woman, he took, lo, to him, sha'era, her food, kasuta, her raiment, we'o nata, and her duty of marriage, lo, not, yigra, ligra, shall he diminish. So it's inferred wife, but this is just my inference. I ain't got a lot to kick it. It's my inference. I think it's speaking about a wife. And also it says right here in Exodus 21:11, Wa'im sharash ele lo ya'asela we yatsa'a chinam ein kasef, or also kesef. It's spelled kasef here, but it's kesef, dealing with money or silver. And right here, we'll just go through it. We'll parse it together. And if shalash 3 ele, these, lo, not, he will do, or he will make or do, la, to her, wa yatzah, then she shall go out, she shall exit, chinam, free, ain, none, or nothing, or none, or without, kasef or kesef, referring to money. So I believe it refers to a woman because it has the word la, which means to her, referring to a woman in verse 11. And also it has the reference right here. I'm gonna use it again, lakak, which is in the Kal imperfect third person masculine form, but it comes from the root word lakwak, which means to take. And because this is speaking about a woman, to lakwak isha, to take a wife, to lakak, la, to take to him a woman. It deals with marriage or getting married. So I apply this as a wife, even though it doesn't say that in Ivrit. It's not there. If we highlight over the word, if we just gonna be, if I'm gonna be a dork, you highlight over the wife, it's not there. See, when you highlight over another, it says Ach Yahu'el, but when you highlight over wife, there's nothing there because it's inserted. So the translators are doing their best to make out this meaning. Some will say, a slave wife, and then some would say another woman. Some would say another wife. So I would lean toward the ESV in this version. If you got to put a gun to my head and say, Jaydon, Amire Jaydon, make a choice. What's your favorite translation? I would say it's the ESV because it's word for word, but it uses more sources than the KJV. The KJV was not aware of the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's not aware of the documents that we have access to in the 21st century. So I would say it's a wife from my standpoint. And so this is dealing with a marriage. Now, the heart of what I'm asking, I think this might be my last question and we give our closing. I could go on and on, like for real. I love speaking to you. I love speaking to Amire as yourself, very knowledgeable, humble, and optimistic, positive. Got the ruach dwelling within you, and actually listening to what I had to say tonight, because I know I had to say a lot. And the fact that you listened to me, I really value that. So okay, let's say Uncle J.E., he abandons your daughter, which is the second wife, and your grandchild. This is your grandchild that he also abandoned. This is your grandkids. And we know grandkids love them. They love some grandkids now. Now, I don't know about their sons and their daughters, but they love them some grandkids. Talk to me. Now, with that said, Uncle J.E. was to bounce on his duty as a father and a husband to your daughter and to your grandson. We'll say your grandson in this case. And let's say, you're holding it down, Adon, and he's still he wouldn't go. See, he just, he's being a dick. You feel me? He's not coming through. So would you, out of protection for your daughter and for your grandson, would you file a complaint to the government to enforce her spousal support and child support?
No. It is not the government's responsibility to hold a man accountable to his word. It is the Most High's responsibility to hold a man accountable to his word. And if he abandons his responsibility, in this scenario, because there are other scenarios where I would say you might need to do that. But in this scenario,
please bring that. We'll flip that. We'll flip that. I'm gonna go ahead and flip a you. I'm gonna flip a what?
Is there a scenario that you would?
I want to know that scenario. Let's go, Ach.
Yes. A scenario where I would say that that's necessary is when a man has made himself the sole responsible person as it pertains to providing for his family, and he's neglecting that, and there is no secondary support system like her family, his family, then as a woman, you have to lean on something. Now, she may not get spousal support, but she could pursue child support. The issue is the issue is if you can catch him for child support, then you know where he's at. So if you know where he's at, now we can have a conversation with the man about his responsibilities, right? And now we are a type of emissary or advocate of the Torah, speaking on behalf of the father before it gets to the father to address the situation and make right on his word. But in that moment, if he chooses, nah, you can't tell me I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, I'm not praying for mercy for you. I'm praying that he teach the lesson to you as hard as he needs to teach it to make you right. Sorry. Let the chips fall where they may. If
Let
a
the
man,
chips fall where they may. Woo, that's right. Make that deadbeat pay for his obligation, which is his wife and his children. I know
yeah,
you left out spousal support, but for my position, if he
can't-
chooses to be a
prove it.
homicide and not and bounce on his wife and his children, he's worse. What that verse say? Help me out now. What's that verse say? You are worse than an unbeliever. I'm paraphrasing. You are a piece of dirt. You referenced dirt earlier. You are dirt. You are trash. You are a bummerclot. But yeah, go ahead. I'm working on my patois because I get a lot of love from Israelites in the Caribbean, and I don't know, some words I'm like, I'm bringing that to America, even though I'm not Jamaican. You feel me? A bummerclot is like, it has so much wide range of meaning. I'm like, it don't necessarily have to mean the worst of what it originally means. It could kind of mean somebody that's a dummy, that chooses to be boosie, that chooses to be a bummerclot, and even a homosexual, and a traitor to his own seed. How you gonna do your own flesh? Your wife is your flesh. We become one flesh. Like, I'm a cleaver. Like, I left my home. I left my parents to be one with my wife. We are echad. We are basar echad, one flesh. So like, for a man to go that low, to be tapped into the adversary, to the devil, to Hasatan, he is worse than an unbeliever, and he need to repent. Hey, there might be some phone calls made. I might have to call up some of the homies and instill that fear in him. Put that fear of God in his chest. He gonna get it the hard way. But hey, it shouldn't have to go like that.
That's the better way. It's the better way, because if he would yield to the homies, then now the government didn't have to get involved, and now we don't look bad in the community. And I mean, I say the community, I mean on a larger scale.
But I guess what I would say is that, and I agree with you, she has that option to seek child support, but I would say also she has the option to even partake in spousal support. And the reason why I say that is because of the damage that bummerclot caused on her as the wife and the children. Because it says,
how do you prove that he espoused them?
So like, this is what I'm getting at. Asham, the guilt offering. The guilt offering is designed for those who had caused damage to an individual, regardless of the individual. You caused damage. You harmed that person. You stole from that person. You inflicted pain on that person. You abandoned that person. When we look at the Asham, the guilt offering, if you violate the guilt offering, and see, and Christians, they don't understand this because they think you break one law, you break them all. That's completely wrong. No, laws are different. They're in categories. And
that's right.
They're different laws, and there's different type of offerings you got to give. And one of the offerings that Pastor Pochop did not teach us, because he's too busy eating bacon and hog maws and chitlins, is the guilt offering. See, the guilt offering requires, if you rob somebody, if you hurt somebody, if you afflicted somebody, you are to pay restitution. Excuse me. I'm going to use one of my favorite R words. You are required to pay reparations.
The issue is
the reparations offering. Let me go ahead and land this real quick. So the guilt offering is AKA the reparations offering. And check it. Not only as that father, as that husband who chose to abandon his wife and his children, not only is he required by the Asham, by the guilt offering, to pay reparations to his wife and to his children, he is to pay an additional fifth part, an additional 20% on top of that. And check it. He also is to give an offering to the Most High. He is to offer a ram. So he got to come out of pocket. He got to come out a pocket for this good ram to sacrifice to Yahuwah. Why? Because he violated Yahuwah. He violated Yahuwah. He violated his wife. He violated his children. He is to pay restitution by giving an offering. He is to pay an offering. He is to pay with an offering to Yahuwah because he offended Yah and he defended his wife and his children. He is to pay full price of his damage, and he is to pay 20% on top of it. What I'm saying, Ach, in a nutshell, spousal support and child support is biblical. It comes from the Torah principle, the Torah principle of the guilt offering, aka Asham.
My only issue with some of that is that they belong to him. That is his child, his wife. They go by his name, his reputation, etc. And so I don't particularly see that spelled out that way. I'm not saying that they aren't owed support. It's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that because they belong to him, he is responsible for them, but he is not responsible to them. He's responsible to those above him, but he's responsible for those below him. That's what I'm saying. And so
you're saying the wife is below him? Just clarification.
I'm saying in the order of how Rab Shaul broke it down, you have the father, the son, the man, the wife, the child. So in the order of how it was that he broke it down, everything that came, I'll say it like this: he's responsible for everything that came after him. To just, because I understand there are different modes of thought. So for everything that he...
Oh, we lost him. You froze. You got to come back and land this. This is juicy. I can't wait to watch this back. You froze. Adon, come back in. And come back on. You froze. But I like it. I like that we can have a nuanced perspective, because he agreed with some of what I was saying, but then he had some additional nuanced perspectives to add on top of that. So I think that's beautiful. And he's speaking about Shaul, aka Paul, in Paul's writings. Notice I said writings. Excuse me, his epistles. Why? Because they'll piss you off. Okay, they piss me off. His epistles piss me off. Not all of them, but some of them. Paul ain't no dummy, but sometimes he say some dumb sugar honey iced tea. Sometimes he say some stuff that do not align with Torah. Sometimes he says some stuff that don't line up with Torah. It's his Talmud. All right, so I was just filibustering, Ach, but you working. I'm gonna go ahead and mute my.
All I was saying was, just kind of based on like how Shaul spelled out that order, but then also when we look at Numbers 30, the husband can, if a wife were to utter a vow, oath, or something, he can overturn that. He can't utter something and she overturn what he says. And so it's not about, I'm pushing this whole he's lording over. Nah, I get it. There are different modes of thought. I'm not trying to disrupt nobody's home. What I'm saying is there are levels of accountability. That's what I'm saying. He is accountable for his wife and his children and everything acquired after the point of acquiring, but they are all accountable to him. He's accountable above for them, and they are accountable up to him, right? And his responsibility is to teach them the way. And when he gets a wife, her responsibility is to articulate the way in an instructional way to where it can be understood. You know what I'm saying? He says, hey, take off your shoes when you come in the house. She goes, your father said, take off your shoes, because what he doesn't want is dirt tracked through the house. This is good. So now her instruction brings understanding to the law that he instituted.
Beautiful. I love it. I love that we're giving these nuanced inside baseball perspectives. Now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say what I got to say, and then I'll let you go ahead and give your closing, Adon, and then I'll give my, and then when we out here, we're gonna close out because this is beautiful. We're approaching almost the 5-hour mark. I'm so glad that you made the time to come on here tonight. And yeah, from Paul, I hope we don't fall out over this. I look at Paul's letters the same way I look at Talmud. He's got gems, but he says some stuff according to my perspective, just my perspective. And I say this all the time to the chat. And I got people who subscribe to Paul 1000%, even though that's impossible. It's a cliche. You hear athletes say all the time, I will give 1000%, 110%. But check it. There's a lot of people who ride for Paul, and he drops gems. Paul ain't no dummy. However, according to me, sometimes he say some dumb sugar honey iced tea. And I say this out of passion for the love of the daughters of Zion. And I have a little bit of conscious community still left in me because I still rely on science as a methodology. We all come from a black woman. We all come from a black woman. So we have to put respect on the black woman, and we have to defend and protect and serve our black women. And it says in Proverbs 31, we are to praise that virtuous woman. Excuse me, that's a whack translation. A virtuous woman is a woman of valor. She is a powerful woman. She is a wealthy woman, because that word, Ach it deals with wealth. It deals with power. It actually deals with the term army. It has military within that word. So this woman is a woman of valor. Let me fix it and just keep it all the way 100. This is not a virtuous woman. This is a strong black woman. That's right, because our ancestors in the Bible were the Israelites, and they were melanated people. They were black folks, colloquially speaking. So with that said, like my heart, I really try to defend our women. Call me caping, call me a simp. I'll be that. I'll be that. In the words of Redman. But check it. Some of what Paul says, I look at like Talmud, like it's like he's saying things that don't align with Torah. Like I believe a woman can teach, can lead a man. We find examples of that in the Tanakh. I believe that a woman don't always have to have her head covered while she's prophesying. That's not found in the Torah. And a man who is prophesying don't always have to have his head uncovered, because they don't say that in the Torah. We had the priests throughout the Torah. They had head coverings. They wore different head coverings. And one of those head coverings is what I got on, something similar to this. This is a bonnet. We see in the ancient historical record of Shemitic folk, which are black folk, Asiatics. The Asiatic black man, they was rocking this kippah right here. So what I'm saying is that Paul's teaching, some of it I don't find in the Torah, so I take it for a grain of salt. He says a lot of powerful things, but to me, I don't have to live my life by it. And to close up what I'm saying as a response, not even a rebuttal, just a response, is that I don't believe in that hierarchy. Let's say the Father, yahushahamashiach, the Father. It says Abba Yah, yahushahamashiach, yeshua, however you want to say it, Yahushua, and then Father, and then Mother. Like, I don't subscribe to that. From my undertakings, the husband and the wife are echad, they are one. It says in Ecclesiastes, I believe. I made a shirt on this too. No. It's in the Song of Solomon. It's in Song of Songs. I belong to him, and he belonged to me. The husband belongs to the wife, and the wife belongs to the husband. We find that in Song of Solomon. I made a shirt on that. I sold a few shirts on that. And I believe in that. I don't believe in the curses of Genesis 3 as justification for a man to rule over his wife. To me, that's the consequences of disobedience. And we can reverse that. We can reverse all of those consequences in Genesis 3. Because not every man has to work from the sweat of his brow. Have you heard of Elon Musk? Have you heard of wealthy folk? They don't have to work from the sweat of their brow. And not every woman, contrary to popular belief, not every woman experiences pain through conceiving a child, through pregnancy, through delivering a child, through bringing forth the child out of her womb. Not all women experience the pain. Now, it's extremely rare, but there's a genetic that allows women to deal with the pain, or even to the point of even resist the pain and not even experience pain. And we actually have some witness in the chat. We have somebody, shout out to Ima Bithia. She supports this ministry a lot. So she's actually testified on her pregnancy. Shout out to her, Ima. She shows so much support and love to me and this ministry. But what I'm saying, it's a rare case where not all women experience pain through, giving birth of a child. And, I showed an academic article that showed that position. But what I'm saying is that due to the consequence of disobedience. Adam and Hawa were dealt that punishments, and we can reverse that. I look at Genesis 3, the consequences of Genesis 3. I see that in comparison to the consequences of Deuteronomy 28. We don't have to dwell on the curses. We use the curses to prove who we are, but we can reverse the curses. And I encourage our people to reverse the curses. I think that Genesis 3, the punishment, it deals with like a low vibration. And for a man to rule over his wife, I believe that's a low vibration. I believe we are to rule together as one flesh, echad. If I hurt her, she hurts me. If she hurts me, she hurts herself. Like, I belong to her, she belongs to me. We're echad, we're one flesh. So I'm gonna go ahead and, since I got that off my chest, you can tell I'm bothered. I'm gonna go ahead. You got it. Take as long as you want. Go ahead. You can use this opportunity to correct me, or share whatever you like to share. If you'd like to go ahead and plug your channel, your ministry, this is the opportunity to do so. You got it, kid.
Not. I think I understand how you were breaking down the understanding of marriage, family structure. I'm not gonna debate or argue, your perspective. I'm not gonna walk into your house and try to attack your point of view, your vantage point, if that is what works for like your development and everything for your house. Like, do that. You're taking.
Look, let me go ahead and I'm gonna get this back. I just want edification though. Men, be leaders. Take the lead. Be dominant. Don't be domineering, okay? But don't be what's the word? Don't be indecisive. Know what you want and go for it. Be a leader. So I encourage leadership. I mean, you even see Ima Sarah, or Ima, our mother Sarah, like she called Abraham, her husband, our father, Lord, Adon. So, she put great respect on her husband. And so I just want to give some clarity that men, please be assertive, take the lead, and be a leader. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that we rule together. She's my queen. She's my Malka. And there's some things that she's the head of, and there's some things that I'm the head of. She's better at certain things than I am. I ain't gonna lie. One of those things is being a stock market investor. Me, the Most High has revealed some of my weaknesses that were embedded deep down in my heart. I realized I don't like to lose. I realized, you know what? I can come back from being 50% down on a stock. I'm like, we're going to come back. We're going to run it up. We're going to get this money back. But my wife, she's diligent. She is tapped into wisdom. And women, a lot of women, mothers have the gift of intuition. And, just like Ima Sarah, she had the intuition to know that Isaac was the chosen one. Also, Ima Rivka had the intuition to know that Jacob was the one. Even though Yitzchak was like, Esau's the one. So that's what I'm saying. Our mother's intuition, I'm gonna flex a little bit. Our wives is, Chokmah personified in the flesh. I mean, it's definitely my undertakings. But I just wanted to give that clarity of that. No, men, don't be a pushover. Don't be a wimp. Be strong. Defend your women. Serve your woman. Pray together. But I think we could lead together. But there's times where, men, we got to hold it down. And we could really think about it. Men, we got to take charge in more ways than one, if you know what I'm talking about.
It's all I'm going to say to that is, the true picture of power is delegation or relinquishing of authority, right? So I don't have to rule my house, even in a polygynous situation, from the perspective of control. I give control, and they yield it. And if it's ever yielded improperly, it's my job to teach them how to maneuver it, so that if ever I'm not here on this earth, or taken away, or whatever, they can still raise my children, my sons, specifically in my image, as I'm trying to reflect the Father. So I give authority in my house. I don't force anybody to do anything. I don't force anybody to bring me a plate. But they say, yo, my man like to eat. Let me make sure I want to be the one to serve him, so that he understands that I appreciate him. My daughters do the same. You know, and I can go down a long rabbit hole for that. What I can say is in agreement with you is that you do not have to dominate a person in a marriage or otherwise to be a good leader. A good leader is the one that stands in a room and people know that that person is the leader, not by what they say, but by how everybody looks at that man. So I would encourage brothers, like you say, yo, lead. Don't be intimidated. Don't be weak. But be wise. Be wise. And the more you relinquish control, the more they give it back to you. That's what I've learned. So that's essentially all I got. I think I will probably, you know, in a different space conversation, whatever, we probably have more in common than you think about perspectives relating to the New Testament of Paul. I do believe in the New Testament, you know, all that, but I'm saying just some of the things that people deem scripture that Paul is saying is commentary and perspective. If we can't open the book and see it in what is called scripture, then, you know, we can agree to disagree or whatever. So I think we probably have some of those things in common. But I'll say that, you know, I appreciate the opportunity to come on your space, to allow me to hear you out, etc. And then allow me the opportunity to maybe bring clarity. And if somebody is walking in it and they don't have leadership or somebody that's been in it long enough to kind of help you navigate through it, man, you can reach out to me. My email is very simple, 01jvrr@gmail.com. I don't have a bunch of I don't have like a ministry or anything like that at this time. But you can email me and I can see what I can do to help you navigate the waters of polygyny, if that's what you're going to do, or even monogamy, because I've been married for over 22 years to my first wife. So I got you. Or I know how to put you in the hands of people that can help you navigate, even if it's like redirecting you to Stockton.
I gotta say, hey, I seen that. I want to make sure I got your email correct. It's 01jvrr@gmail.com. Did I get that correct?
You got
all
it,
right,
brother.
family. Absolutely, family. Make sure you reach out to Ach Yahu'el. Excuse me, More Ach Yahu'el at 01jvrr@gmail.com. Is there anything else you'd like to share? Plug anything else before we sign off, King?
Nah, just let's as we close out, brothers, remember in your prayers those that are struggling right now financially based upon work situations, women that are carrying righteous seed, and brothers who desire to continue their progeny, that the Most High would give them what they need, the tools to be successful.
All praises, all glory, all kavod to Yehovah, Yahweh, Yahuah, Yahweh, Elohim, to our great King. I'd like to thank everybody in the chat. I also want to say shalom, shalom to Malika Mali. Shalom, shalom to you. Shalom to everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'd like to thank Adon, More, Ach, Yahu'el. I'm More, Jaydon. Until next time, shalom, fam.
Shalom, torah.